Okay, everybody. It's your buddy, it's your pal, David Wilcock. And if you voted for the red shirt, then you are the winner. It is hot down here. And we've got actually warm temperatures here up in the mountains. That's a pretty rare thing. And I've got my proper internet connection back, so we're back to the extremely low latency connection, which means I'll be able to see what you guys are doing right as I'm talking. Yes, you got the maroon shirt. You're all, I can see, anybody who betted on maroon, well, you win. So today is a very, very exciting show. We got a lot to cover. And it is about our global cord cutting ascension. Tarotina's already donated, I guess 500 ARS is like $1. But thank you, Tarotina. So, you know, I do make about maybe 10 grand a month on this, but that includes all the super chats and all the ads and everything. So it's not really enough, but it is sustainable, and I do thank you guys for participating in that. It's certainly not big money as far as I'm concerned. My mortgage is well over half that amount. You know, food and everything else costs a lot. So I want to thank you guys for being here today. We do have to move quickly today because we have many, many slides. And of course, what we just went through is very intense, the attempted taking down of 4547. It's quite a story, you guys. I was in a lot of pain, actually. I guess I'll show you the scar later, but I've been going through massage, and I had some very, very intense work done on my neck. My body worker told me that she never was able to get in there like this before. I have two huge black and blue marks right here. I'll show you that a little later. But the point is, yeah, I was in bed. I was trying to get some sleep. I didn't even feel like doing a show. I was depressed. Yesterday, I was in a bad mood. And then I wake up, and the first thing I saw was on TG, and it was from Ezra, and it said, Trump is safe. And I'm like, well, safe from what? And then I started to read other things on TG, and I realized, oh my God, there's a video of this, and I start hearing what sounds like, you know, crack, 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 crack. It's like, oh my gosh. Obviously, this is something we talked about, that the threat existed. This is very real, that this threat exists. Somebody like me, I'm on the front lines. I'm doing this for you. I'm not doing this for myself. I already know these things. But what good is the knowledge if I don't share it with anybody? So the stakes are very high. The stakes are very real. And I had already been talking about the global cord cutting that was going on with the DS. This is something that's been a factor. This is not new. And it's really accelerated after the debate, in which, as I said, it was like he was debating the Crypt Keeper. And these faces that he held for long periods of time, and he could barely string a sentence together. He was trying to talk too fast. It clearly wasn't working out for him very well. I see a lot of donations coming in. Tarotina did it again. I could send you more in USD, but only by Western Union. It's tricky, dangerous here in Argentina. No, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just got to have some fun somewhere. Tina Marie said, hi, David, thoughts on Trump? And then we had Tony Dip also donated $50. Love your work. Could you maybe mention any influence Jordan Peterson may have had on you? He seems pretty interesting as well. Well, there are some Jordan Peterson slides coming up. I don't know if that's the same person or not. I haven't studied this particular guy. Shelby72, hi David, love and light, Michelle from Scotland. Anyway, I love you guys very much, and we also have so many slides to get through today that I really need to stay on top of my game. So we're going to keep going on slides because it's very important. So this was a global cord cutting, and what we saw was that they cut off the money, and that's really the all-important thing. When the money is gone, it's time for them to go for the wounded lion approach. They have nothing left to do. And again, you know, most of the people in my family, in fact, basically everybody else in my birth family, does not like 45 at all. They are very resistant to this type of information because if you only look at this from the framework of what would appear to be a normal election, what would appear to be a normal political battle between two rivals, and if you're willing to believe what you're being told, then 45 is presented as this very arch nemesis of humanity, the next Hitler. And there are people who really have bought into this, and we have to have compassion for them, because it turns out that it really is a battle of good versus evil, in my opinion. And the evil side makes itself pretty clear, and if you get into a codependent relationship with somebody who is a psychopath, you end up having to give up more and more of your freedom, more and more of your sanity, and it takes an ever-increasing amount of denial to be able to go along with what they want you to do. They end up dragging you into their battles. They end up wanting you to fight their enemies for them. They end up creating all these conflicts that you have to clean up the mess from. And it is very, very difficult to break up with a psychopath, because first of all, they don't let you know that's what they are. They become the embodiment of whatever you love the most. And this is done in politics. I remember with George W., I was seeing that happen with the right-wingers. You know, he's very anti-abortion. He's got a few small talking points, pro-military, anti-abortion, et cetera, on the surface. And these gifts are given to your political constituency so that they bond with you, because they feel that you represent the embodiment of their family. You are essentially their mother and father. You are essentially a God figure for them. They want you to think that there is no God except for them. And then in that process, what ends up happening is that you are bonded. You feel very emotionally attached. And again, they, in this current cycle, what we see with the left is that they have given many great gifts to the people who are on the far side of that spectrum. It would appear to be, on the surface, some type of global revolution in which they want certain talking points, like LGBT, to be very highly stressed. And it would appear that if you are in that constituency, that you've never been respected before, and these people are finally standing up for you, and you're willing to go down with the ship. Now, is that really what it is? No. It turns out that the inoculations are very bad for you, and we have well over 90% uptake in that population. So do they really love you if they got you to take this, and now you find out that it's actually got these horrible side effects? But it's a very, very difficult thing. It's extremely perspective shifting for people to imagine that there is a global nemesis, and that what they will do is tell you exactly what you want to hear. They'll hit off all your talking points. They'll make you feel amazing. They will shamelessly dump on what they call your enemy, and they will stroke your ego day after day if you watch their stuff or read their stuff, make you think that you're the cool ones, and the opponent is the loser. There's a whole secret thing going on that most people are not aware of, which is that the presidency that we had before this one was actually part of the biggest covert operation ever seen in the world, run by actually a majority of the U.S. military and intelligence community and those communities around the world. Now, this is where it starts to get really strange. You're not going to get told this on the television. The closest we ever got was the 17th letter, and then the mainstream is saying, oh, no, this is all conspiracy theory. We had the emails come out from WikiLeaks. Now Julian has been freed. He hasn't spoken yet, but there was some very compelling stuff that's been happening the last few weeks, where now, if that information comes out, he's safe. He's not in prison anymore, and if it was on somebody else's server backed up, even though he had to delete it, it's not his fault. But when those emails first came out in 2017, when I believe it was, it created a massive awakening for those who were ready to see the ugly truth. And it's not just one side of the political aisle. It was basically both sides of the political aisle. So even though the second to last presidency came out of the right wing, there are still many elements of that political spectrum that are very negative. And what we had actually was a fractional group, a different group that was run by what I call the Alliance. And I was briefed on the Alliance back in 2009 that they want to do a full-blown global exposure of the real problem on Earth. And the real problem on Earth, as it actually turns out, is Luciferian. And it goes back for centuries. It goes back to Carthaginian magic, where they're summoning Moloch and Baal, these probably what would amount to reptilian, Draco, alien gods. And they will show up if you offer them humans as such as example as the burnt offering. This is not fiction. We know that extraterrestrials exist. It's been disclosed now by Congress. There's been multiple UFO crashes. This is not even a matter of speculation anymore. It's a matter of provable fact. And after 1947 with the Roswell crash, all of that secret technology went underground and became a part of what was called Majestic. And so the whole effort to expose and defeat this global cabal came from Majestic, and they have very advanced technology that we don't get to know about. There's a lot of stuff that's classified. So I didn't really co-found, but I joined in with Stavati Aerospace in 2018. And this is a company that's bringing out that technology from the Area 51 Black Ops world into the public world. So we're beginning with more conventional aircraft like this. This, of course, as I've said before, is our SM-39 Razor. It's a next-generation air defense. It's going to be the fastest plane ever built at Mach 4. It's got these huge jet engines that go all the way down here from the front of the bulkheads to the back. That's part of how it's able to accelerate this fast. And basically everybody except for one person who watches my show understands that this is true. That one person has been extremely active, and we'll talk more about that later. But I really get hardly any hate at all, which is nice. So you guys understand that what we're trying to do here is create disruptive change in the industry. And we're going to do that by selling more conventional aircraft like the one that you just saw, but then the proceeds of that money that we're going to earn are going to be rolled over into advanced technology, and that includes hover cars, which use actual anti-gravity. We have another plane called the SM-36. We have some countries that are very interested in that. It's a vertical takeoff and landing without jets, fans, propeller blades. It actually uses an electrogravitic system to take off the ground, and then the jet engines kick in. This is absolutely true. I did a whole movie about it called Spaceship, which is on Vimeo. You can access it through Michael Prophecies. The first one they blocked, so you have to use the direct link or you can't find it, but part 2 is still up on Vimeo. And I may put it up on Twitter pretty soon as well. So this is about as dangerous as anything can get. They don't want you to know that you don't have to pay for your energy. They don't want you to know that we already could build spaceships. They don't want you to know that there are covert elements that already have a massive amount of these different types of spaceships. Some of them are cylindrical. There's different types that already exist out there. And it's been a secret that's been kept secret by this global criminal element. Because once the technology comes out, you've got anti-gravity, you've got free energy. People don't need to pay money for their energy. And about 80% of all the bills that you have to do with energy. That gas for your car, heating and cooling your home. And these kinds of things are actually what are called capital in basic Keynesian economics. But when you get beyond the need for capital to be something you pay for, you end up in a situation where people can now go off and be free-spirited. You could have a hover car with anti-gravity that powers you to be able to go into a remote area that nobody's ever lived in before, set up your own cabin out there. You have all the energy you need. You can start growing your own food, gardening, hunting, whatever you want to do. Live by a stream. You got your own drinking water. And you're free. You don't have to pay anybody. You don't have to make people money to be alive. And that terrifies them because they really want your money. And so what's happened is that the faction that was part of the alliance has now been able to get into office as of 2016. And they passed a whole bunch of executive orders that are real military laws that are bringing down this cabal. And so what's interesting is that the whole entire last 4 years have played out without us knowing what's going on. The only way that this alliance communicates is through covert methods, through secrecy, and you have to be able to decipher how they communicate. Now, I was first briefed on the alliance in 2009, and at that time I was told that they were going to be arresting the top people in this cult, and it actually is satanic. That's one of the most upsetting things we're going to have to learn about, is the nefarious activities that they engage in. There's no reason why anybody in their public constituency should want to support them when they learn the truth. And the reason is that the darkness is so vast, they don't care if you love them. They don't care if you voted for them. They don't care if you sent them money. They just want everybody gone. And it doesn't matter who you are. And it doesn't matter if you're a rainbow-colored person. It doesn't matter what your itinerary is. It doesn't matter how much you've been supporting them. This is what betrayal really looks like. Psychopaths both love you and destroy you at the same time. They are simultaneously obsessed with you, and therefore they will glorify you, they will deify you, but at the same time, the cycle inevitably involves destruction. And if you don't understand that, then you think that you're going to win if they continue to stay in power. It's exactly the opposite. They want this earth burnt to a cinder. They want to retreat underground in the underground cities that they've built that are mostly classified. There's a few of them that we've heard about, like under Cheyenne Mountain, Greenbrier Hotel in Virginia, some places like that. But for the most part, we don't know about these deep underground military bases, but they very much exist. So again, I feel sad that there are so many people who don't understand what's going on, because the media has been compromised so greatly that if anybody were to try to tell you the truth openly, they would be attacked and destroyed immediately. It would all get spun around. So it's up to people like me and other truth tellers to connect the dots for you and bring out information that you've not heard before. So if you're new to this, I want you to know this is a very exciting thing. We're already now at 4,300 people, which is great. So we've got a great crowd today. And the point is, if you've bonded with this administration, if you think that the current people in power are working for your benefit, they're really not. And I think a lot of people have suddenly woken up to this because, wait a minute, he can't even string a sentence together. He can't even walk off the stage properly. He's got all these cognitive problems. It definitely looks like Alzheimer's. And that means that he's not really running the show, which violates the whole concept of what an elected official is supposed to be in that position. So if he's not running the show, then who is? And is there a greater agenda going on? Well, now what's happened is that as a result of this horrible debate performance, that certain factions within this political party are trying to say, no, it's okay. We're still going to run him. He's not stepping down. It's all fine. And the whole entire public has had a massive rebellion. That's why, as I say, it's a global cord cutting. And they cut off the money. They're not supporting him with money. There's lots of, even celebrities now coming forward, like George Clooney, saying this needs to end. New York Times, many governors. And so they're trying to act like everything's okay, but the point is the money got cut off. And so this leads to desperation, because now we have a whole group of people who are completely dissatisfied, and they're saying, I want you to fix it. It has to be somebody else. It can't be this guy. And then with their polling results, it's like, well, you know, Newsom doesn't work out, Whitmer doesn't work out, Michelle doesn't work out. I guess it's got to be Kamala, you know? And so once again, she seems to be very compromised in a lot of ways, not really up for the level of responsibility, and that's why they've been keeping her in the spotlight for so long. So the whole thing has really become an epic dumpster fire of biblical proportions. And we have to ask ourselves, where is this all going? If you're on the left, it's like, well, they're all spinning their wheels right now. But what they know for a fact is that they're angry, they're pissed off, and so they've cut off the money. And there doesn't appear to be any chance that side could win, because even if there's underhanded techniques involved, it has to be a fairly close race. There have to be a lot of people who are hoodwinked by this, and those people have left. So now what we have is the cornered lion, and lo and behold, just days after this global cord cutting has taken place, we have an assassination attempt. This is not at all surprising. It's exactly what we were expecting to happen. I've briefed you on this before. We'll go through this again. It was when we expected it to happen. We knew there's a high threat profile. We've been talking about the fact you're not going to be waiting until November. And anybody who tells you that you are, I can't even listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it. There's so many communications I've been giving you week after week from the Alliance through Shadow of Ezra, which is where it appears on X, that we now know for a fact that there's been just this absolute total redundancy on warnings that something is going to happen, something very big that will lead to arrests, that will lead to an unprecedented event, probably bigger than 9/11 in terms of its magnitude, but actually much more positive. This event includes the use of the emergency messaging system, where you might not have internet, you might not have power, but your phone will start broadcasting apparently 7 different movies that the Alliance has created that will explain to you what's going on. You're going to hear that people are being arrested. You're going to hear about what they were really up to. Some of these movies are going to be extremely upsetting. And there's no turning back. At that point, I will never be called a conspiracy theorist again. There's still going to be people who don't like it. They're going to really freak out. They don't want the truth. But what we just saw was the fulfillment of prophecy. We knew there was going to be this type of an attempt made, and we were warned about it extensively, and then lo and behold, it happened. Now here's the next interesting thing. Within days of this global cord cutting, the money got cut off. You know, he's done as a candidate. Nobody wants him at all. And they're not putting their money in. In fact, $90 million got pulled out. Then there was this attempt made, and people are seeing it as a divine intervention. There is no way that this was staged. I believe that this was real. This was a real attempt, and the projectile only missed by literally 1 inch. I mean, if it had been just the slightest bit closer, it could have torn off his cheek. I mean, it's incredible that he only got an ear piercing out of it. And it was just enough blood to be very dramatic, but, you know, there are good surgical interventions you can do for this. Cartilage can heal, or they can graft cartilage from another part of your body, put it up there. They can take skin from your waist and graft it in. I actually had exactly the same type of injury. This is another really strange thing, folks. So check this out. This side of my ear right here, if you can see it. In fact, I'll even go to the camera 3. I had a tent pole go through my ear, and if you look closely, you can see there's a ring right here. There's a ring in my ear. When I was in 8th grade, I was working on camping with my friend, Kevin, and we went out into his backyard, and he ended up throwing a tent pole, a pole to set up a tent, an aluminum pole with a hollow end, and it cored out this little round spot in my ear. I don't know how well, let's see if I get it in focus. Yeah. So that area has always been this way, and now Trump has the same thing on the opposite ear, which is the right ear. So it's like, wow. I kind of grew up like I had long hair after I did this because I didn't want people to look at it. At first, it was really red and swollen. It's a major formative part of my life. In junior high, people called me Vinny or Vincent Van Gogh for like a year. And so it's very trippy to me that this injury I've carried my whole life, that I ended up getting a $4,000 insurance settlement for from my former friend's insurance company, is now so symbolic of what's happened here. I mean, literally, there was only one little piece of cartilage that kept this alive. And so that was a very, very fascinating thing to go through when I woke up yesterday and I realized that he got hit in the ear, not exactly in the same place, a little bit higher, but very, very close, within like 1 centimeter, and it's the same size and it's round. Because again, mine was the end of a tent pole. Like if I use one of my prop cigarettes here, it just kind of popped right in like that. And I had this perfect ring. When I first looked at it in the mirror, there was a perfect round ring there. And I was just, my mother was all freaked out, you know, so it's like, wow, there's scientific evidence in my face now of a connection to this incident. And we'll get more into that later, but it's an incredibly fascinating element of the story. It's as if my whole life built up to this moment. So people are saying, you know, this really looks like divine intervention. And then we have this kind of stuff going on. George News says X is full of these types of messages, thousands of them. I woke up thinking about this. I'm still stunned. I've been as big of a critic of him as anyone else on the right over the past couple of years, but after what happened last night, with his brave, defiant reaction, and especially the stunning photos that captured it, it stirred something in me I never knew was there. Somehow, now I want to run through a wall for someone I worked against the entire primary cycle. If this didn't change the world, it certainly changed me. And this is just one of many, many examples. This is something weird and cosmic. They tried to do a JFK. They tried to do an open-air Dealey Plaza type of assassination. The guy who did it was within a nice, easy range for that type of a rifle. So the fact that he didn't make the target and that it got the ear, It was just enough to cause blood and be very theatrical and be real. So this was not staged. This was not fake. This was something where they actually tried to do this, and it appears to be really some type of divine intercession, which is where my bailiwick is, right? I've been trying to tell you all along, we're living in a holographic illusion. So this is very fascinating. And then we find out, there he is, the shooter was actually in an ad from 2023 for BlackRock. And there's a close-up of him. So isn't that interesting? We'll talk more about that later. And then here was Nancy a couple of days ago saying he must be stopped, he cannot be president. So these kind of sentiments were being given because a global cord cutting is happening now. Cameron Clapp just donated. He says, synchronicity. I smashed my right ear 3 days ago and it's been causing me pain in the exact upper lobe of my ear. Well, yeah, that's not surprising because, again, I went through very intense bodily pain in the same region here. In fact, let me show you. I've got this bruise on my shoulder. You see that? See how nasty that is? And there's another one over here, folks. That's because I just had body work done, and the body work was intended to eliminate pain in my neck. So we get cupping, which is where they put a suction cup. It's like a plastic suction cup on your body, and then it creates a bruise over a period of time, which is supposedly caused by the breaking down of the scar tissue in your fascia. It holds the muscles in the wrong position. So when the blood comes up, it's not really a bad thing. It actually means that you're getting through this. And so I broke through incredible stuff in my neck that'll probably heal me forever. But I was in terrible pain the day after, which was Saturday. So yeah, this has been a very, very interesting journey to wake up from that nap. And I knew that the global cord cutting was going on. And cutting the cords is a critical, important thing in defeating psychopaths in your life. And this is where I wanted to get into originally in the show, because your energy can be remotely drained with these cords. Now, what do I mean by cords? What I mean is that we are energy beings as well as physical beings. And when you get into the highest level teachings like Tibetan Buddhism, the Ascension teachings, as well as it correlates with Kabbalistic magic, it turns out that when people send anger and hatred to you, when they're lying to you, when they're deceiving you, basically, most of the time, these are going to be psychopaths or people on that spectrum. They are not wired like everybody else. They actually enjoy creating as much emotional distress as possible. The intentional infliction of emotional distress is their main avocation in life. They want you sad, they want you depressed, they want to betray you, and they're jealous. Now, people with this disorder, they have a whole set of characteristics that are recognized by psychologists, but what isn't commonly known is that they have 17 different abnormal regions of their brain, most of which, all except for 3, have significantly less gray matter. There's actually rotting dead tissue in there, 20% reduction of brain mass or more, and no electrical activity. And this includes the frontal lobes. So this biblical concept of the mark of the beast appears to be a representation of psychopaths. Now, what's strange about them is that they talk very well. The first characteristic on the PCLR checklist, which is psychology's assessment of psychopathy, the very first one that they talk about is glib, which means they talk fast and they talk extensively and you can't get a word in edgewise. So they can appear to be very articulate. They will lie to you. They will deceive you. They have sexual promiscuity. And you really can't believe anything that they say. They're chameleonic. They modify their behavior to try to adapt to what you want the most. But then you'll notice, if you get to live with them and you know them, that you're always working against severe disabilities. They have severe problems with reading and writing. They don't write. They're not as literate as most people. They can't remember how to spell words. They don't have good grammar. They have a really hard time learning how to use electronic equipment. They can't remember things. They can't go through complex learning curves very well. If they learn something, it takes them a lot longer. So there are significant cognitive difficulties. And what they end up wanting to do is to manipulate other people through lying. They just see lying as an expediency. It's no big deal to them. And without the frontal lobes, they don't feel happiness from being loved, giving and receiving love. That doesn't do anything for them. The striatum is what fires up. That's the part of the brain that has pleasure when they see people suffering, like images of people with their hand in a car door getting smashed. That's why they like horror movies, violent movies. this is what they get off on. And we've proven it with brainwave activity, where their striatum, which is again related to sexual pleasure, will actually fire up when they see violence. So you have to realize that one trauma, such as an intimate trauma in childhood, for example, if you get violated that way, that's enough to make your brain shut down in these 17 regions. And now the shutdown is because you can't feel the emotions anymore. It's too painful. Something happens to you that actually causes a snap, and in one moment your brain has an entirely new fingerprint, and these areas shut down, and usually they never come back. So these people are essentially angry all the time, they're sad all the time, they're frustrated, and they end up hating and wanting to punish biological life. They are not happy with themselves, and they are jealous of people who are not disabled. They will cover up their disabilities very well, and they typically like to be in an authority capacity. They want to be dominant over other people, they want to be the boss, they want to point the finger, take control, get other people to do the hard work that they themselves are too disabled to actually produce. Another problem they have is dissociation. They typically have at least two personalities. There's the waking surface personality, which thinks that they're a good person and is pretty nice. But as soon as things start going a little sideways for them, as soon as things start to be a problem, they shift into another personality that is mostly run out of the reptilian core of the brain, and I call that the rage child. This is the part of them that may be willing to commit murder or acts of violence. This is the part of them that they shift into when they go arguing and they become very combative. This is the part of them that has a hatred of life, a hatred of other people, and they are extremely jealous of anyone who seems to be getting life to work out for them. And that could be you. If you're a happy person, if you live a pretty happy life, you're trying to do the best that you can, you're trying to be a good person, you smile, you like to meet other people, you like to talk to them, they hate that. Most of them don't really want to interact with other people unless they can control them. And on the farther ends of the spectrum, they can become very isolated, and everything to them is a game. Everything is a manipulation, a lie, a setup. They don't want the truth. They want to cohere everything to their own vision. And again, the personality characteristics are incredibly consistent, so much so that there's only 20 questions that psychologists use to assess whether you have this problem. And if you have this problem, then they say in psychology that it's treatment resistant. There's really nothing you can do to stop this from happening. So these people, again, will not enjoy being loved. They will enjoy sexual gratification, but for them, a sexual experience has to involve dominance and power, the conquering of another person. And again, one of the core tenets of this whole psychological structure is that they want to punish and degrade and demean and humiliate biological life. And it won't just be people, it will also be animals. So sometimes you'll see psychopaths don't treat animals very well. In other cases, they might actually appear to be obsessed with animals, but then it turns out that when you really get down to the core of it, they love to be involved with beings they can control. Animals can be controlled more easily than people. So some psychopaths become incredibly obsessed with animals because you can yell at them, you can dominate them, you can degrade them, and they won't fight back because they're dependent on you and they're wired for this. So the point is, getting back to the cord cutting, that there is an energetic component to life and vitality. And there's two ways that you can get energy. You can get energy by creating love and creating happiness, in which case someone else feels inspiration. And inspiration, in my spiritual philosophy that I teach, inspiration is the mind of the Creator. When you feel inspired, when you feel uplifted, when you feel happy, loving, that's getting you closer to the original mind that the universe was created from, the one infinite Creator. That is God or Christ consciousness. So a lot of times we worship the sources of inspiration that we get, and that's inappropriate. I don't want people worshiping me. I've never allowed a group to form around me. I've never allowed any type of weekly meetings or anybody to even really come in my physical space and be a support group. I've been very, very alone, and I don't want people to do that. I don't want to have a cultish mentality. That's why For 2 years after my divorce, I basically didn't even do anything. I wasn't doing videos. I just worked on Michael Prophecies, and I was happy. I don't need to be a public figure. I don't need to have, how many we got? 5,300 people are watching right now already. I mean, that's great, and I thank you for being here, but the point is, you don't want that to control you. You don't want to be attached to being a public figure, to your fame, to your success. You want to be able, as a spiritual seeker, to be just as happy by yourself as you are with the adulation from others. And I live by that. I'm very happy alone. In fact, in some ways, it's preferable. But what I see now is that I have an obligation to share what I know because the world is in trouble. And if I don't share what I know, then everybody else suffers along with me because I believe that I have information that's very valuable. And the numbers support that. I have almost unilateral support. Very, very, very small number of haters. It's like 0.0001%. Almost statistically insignificant. There's like hardly anybody doing that. And that's because most people are not psychopathic. It's approximately 4% of men, 2% of women. Most of them would never still be watching after 40 minutes of hearing this. They get very angry when you start talking about love and compassion, all the Christ principles. They hate that Christ stuff. They just do not appreciate that mentality because for them, the world is about power, the world is about dominance, and they ultimately want to punish life. And so this is where fascism comes in, where there are people who support a structure in the government that creates enormous pain for the public. They like that. They like seeing people in pain. They like seeing freedoms being restricted. They like seeing your rights being taken away. And so they will get behind this, even though the classic lesson that nobody seems to learn is that these people in power will betray you anyway. Even if you are their constituency, even if you love them and support them, they don't care. Now, there is an energetic component to this that's very fascinating. The negative extraterrestrials actually feed on your fear, your anger, your sadness, your depression. If you're feeling bad, they are sucking energy from you. And so we hear from many different insiders that this is called loosh. And so one of the sayings is, give Lucius his loosh. And so loosh represents, just like if you have ants, right? Ants will go out there and they will eat feces. If your dog poops, you'll get bugs on it, and the bugs just think that stuff is delicious. Well, in the energetic worlds, we have positive and negative beings. Negative beings feed on this negative energy. And what will happen is that people who are psychopathic, especially when they disassociate into that rage child personality, there is a very direct telepathic link that they have with negative entities. So when you start arguing with somebody who goes into a rage tantrum, you're arguing with them and you're arguing with demonic entities that telepathically couple with them. And those demonic entities feed them when they attack you. And typically what it feels like is kind of this rush in the chest. It's this sort of high that you get. And it actually does create a secretion of serotonin and endorphins that has a morphine opiate-like effect on the brain. So this is partly biological, but there's also an energetic component where the negative entity will take most of the energy, but then it will kick some back to you, and you will get high off of bringing another person into a state of severe distress. And again, you can kind of feel it as this rush in your chest, this kind of feeling of high, this power dominance thing. You get this invigorating rush. You feel very alive while you're being angry and while you're dominating someone. That is the negative path. And their brains, again, are not wired to feel love as a positive. So when they start to drain your energy, we actually know, for example, that in the study of Wilcock, he took fish eggs. This is a Russian scientist. And he found out that if you take stronger eggs and you put them next to weaker fish eggs, the stronger eggs will suck the life force out of the weaker fish eggs, and the weaker fish eggs wither and die. And what was so strange about the Wilcock effect was that when he put a piece of glass in between the two rooms with the two different types of eggs, this effect stopped. And glass shields ultraviolet photons. Whereas if he put quartz in there, quartz is permeable to ultraviolet light. And as the ultraviolet light flows, those weaker fish eggs will wither and die. So we do have, and that's just one example, there's plenty of others, including the work of Dr. Glenn Ryan, where he actually showed people taking a sample of tissue from a placenta, and if you get angry and you hold this placental tissue in your hand, the cells start dying. And he was able to measure this because the amount of permeability of 280 nanometer light is a function of the health of DNA. DNA captures 280 nanometer light. So if you start killing DNA, it doesn't capture as much of the 280 nanometer light, and more of the light will pass through the tissue sample. So sure enough, when people got angry at that tissue sample, they killed the DNA, and more 280 nanometer light went through, which is how you measure how alive it is. So you do a before and after. So we have multiple scientific examples of this. I went through it in my first book, Source Field Investigations. There's over 1,000 academic references in there. You only need 150 for a PhD. And that was just my first book. I've written, I don't know, 15 of them by now. So I do have tons of scientific evidence, but the critics won't challenge you on the facts. They just try to insult your character and call you a grifter, a con artist. These typical things I've been hearing for 28 years since I first got online in 1996. But nonetheless, I have extensive facts, and so really, most of the people who attack me are psychopaths, and I've been dealing with this for my entire career, and I also dealt with it growing up because I was the smart kid in school. The bullies hate you for that. So it turns out, as I said, with the fish eggs, when you get the stronger eggs next to the weaker eggs die. If you hold this placenta tissue and you get angry, the placenta tissue dies, okay? But wait a minute, David, didn't you just say in the Wilcock experiment that if I shield ultraviolet light from the tissue sample, that the weaker eggs do not die? It requires ultraviolet photons to go through this little passageway that if you shield it, they don't go through. So could I do something like that? Yes. The equivalent of having that glass shield, because remember, the glass was what stopped it from happening. The glass was blocking ultraviolet light. How do you block the loss of energy from your body? You block it through boundaries. If you have healthy boundaries, if you set the boundaries, these people cannot drain your energy. And it turns out that the way that they're draining energy on the metaphysical level, if you have spiritual vision, it actually looks like cords. It actually looks like wires or tunnels of energy that go between you and the other person. And these tunnels can go over a long distance. There's no distance involved. So somebody could be fighting with you on the phone, and you could be in Tokyo, and they could be in New York, and you have this argument with somebody in Tokyo. It doesn't matter the distance. They can create cords, and if they start breaking you down, one of the things that happens is that you crunch over. And so sure enough, Wilhelm Reich, who was the protege of Freud, talked about this concept of orgone energy, which he related to sexual orgasm, hence orgone. And that sure enough, when people get crunched over like this and you end up developing bad posture, this is from a lifetime of people sucking your energy. And we always talk about, oh, they're an energy thief, they're sucking energy. Well, that's actually done through cords. You can't see them visually, but if you had the ability to look at auras, you would. So what happens is you have wounds in your energetic field that then translate into damaged areas within the body. So your energy is remotely drained through these cords, and they're related to damaged areas in the body. Now, yoga and therapeutic massage can actually heal this damage. And this is what we call the initiation of the body. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that if you actually do this type of therapy that my therapist does called SE, or somatic experiencing, then what happens is they will have you hold on to a traumatic memory in your mind, something very upsetting. They don't even have you tell them what it is. You don't ever talk about what the memory is. And then they just have you follow the memory as you're holding it in your mind and notice your body. You got to tune into your body. Where does it feel strange? So like, for example, the only time my father really ever hit me was that he poked me in the shoulder with his index finger like a bunch of times, don't you ever say F you to me again. And it was like jabbing me really strong. I had a bruise from it. It's the only time he ever actually did anything like that. Well, it turned out that when I had other events happen that reminded me of that trauma, I started to get this glaring pain in that part of my arm. And this is just one example. So it also turns out that I had injuries that were caused by bullies, such as they threw me down Monkey Hill, which was a very steep ski slope, on my saucer, and I got airborne off of the jump, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to lean in, but I'd never practiced. I fell 30 feet through the air, the saucer shattered, and I had extensive damage to the soft tissue in my right hip area. And so then when it got to be COVID time, and I started to eat, takeout every day and have it delivered to the house, next thing you know, I can't bend over more than halfway. I had arthritis. I needed my wife to help me tie my shoes. And that's when I began getting therapeutic massage. And yoga will help as well, but massage works about 500, 600% faster. So again, this is the initiation of the body. It turns out that these injuries develop scar tissue where the muscles are locked together in funny ways, and then they go into atrophy, which means there's no blood flow. When you don't have blood flow in those areas, the tissue starts to rot, and when the tissue starts to rot, according to Law of One and other teachings, that forms a habitat for negative entities. Negative entities like rotting, decaying tissue in your body. So they will actually live there. It's like you built them a little doghouse, and they can live in the doghouse. So what it turns out to be is that when you start to go through your traumatic memories, and if you do this practice with any therapist, or you could do it by yourself, just start to think about something that upset you, and then follow where it goes in your body, and you'll notice, wow, my arm really hurts over here. And eventually you might find out, yeah, you know what, I injured myself there. And so this is also called engrammic memory, or an engram. This is another name for it. But it's very real. And it also relates to the Kabbalistic notion of the tikkun, which is the concept of the shattered vessel of light. Now, what does that mean? In the Kabbalistic tradition, we are analogized on a spiritual level. Our energy field is typically kind of like an ovoid egg shape. And what they say in the Kabbalistic tradition is that you have holes in your aura. Now, they don't talk about the cords necessarily, but the holes are where the cords are getting in. So when somebody is abusing you, they're actually draining energy from your body, and the spigot or the nozzle is actually where you had the injury. That's where there's a negative entity that can create sort of like an electrical outlet to cause your energy to drain out of your body, to go through this cord and go into somebody else. So in the Kabbalistic sense of the tikkun, they say that you visualize your energy field as if it was a chalice, like a big bowl, okay? Now in this case, my glass is able to hold water all the way up to the top, but if I had holes in the glass along here, then the water is going to drain out, and it will only go as high as where the lowest hole is. So that is an analogy about the wounded auric field, which corresponds to physical wounds, and you learn to live with the pain. You don't even notice that your body hurts anymore. You don't notice that you have pain in your neck or your back or your shoulders or your hips or wherever it might be. You just learn to get along with that pain. You learn to get along with the scar tissue. You're not massaging it out. You've got these knots in your muscles. It's dead, rotting tissue in there, actually, and you need blood flow. So I actually had a lot of this dead tissue, and it was causing circles to form under my eyes. So for me, getting rid of under eye circles was all about therapeutic massage, and the more that I healed the scar tissue in my body, the more that the circles went away. I actually had really weird blood too. I had too many red blood cells because my blood was not flowing through about a third of my body. My whole right leg was really smashed up. I had problems in my shoulder from another injury I had where I fell on a garbage can. Still getting that work done. And again, I take this stuff so seriously, I've got these massive scars from cupping where I'm sucking out. As you destroy the scar tissue, the blood comes up to the surface of the skin, and then you just have to wait for it to drain. So these shoulders would be an example of where people could have drained my aura. So getting back again to the tikkun, the shattered vessel of light, what they say is that as you go through healing, through self-acceptance, you're closing up these holes in your aura, and then you can have more of this, what the Hindus would call prana, or what we would think of as vital energy that can actually fill you up. Now, you can't see how much light somebody has in their body physically. It's a metaphysical vision, but the more of this energy that you can store in your body, the more that you can heal the shattered vessel, the more power you have, metaphysically speaking. And that will lead to things like psychic ability, the power to psychically heal people, the power to have telekinesis, potentially. But even on a simpler level, simpler than telekinesis is prophetic future insight. You'll start to see the future. You'll start to remember your dreams more. You'll start to have synchronicities more. This has to do with, again, storing personal power. So what you have to do in order to get this vessel to not have a bunch of holes in it is you have to plug the holes. And the traditional way in which we call plugging the holes would be cutting the cords, because each hole represents where there's a cord that somebody can suck your energy. So my core spiritual teaching is the law of one, and this supports the existence of energy cords. Here it is, session 9111. There is what you might call the silver cord reflex. That is when the mind-body-spirit complex, which is their word for a person, and it's all these different levels of mind, body, and spirit working together in a complex form. When you dwell without the environment of your physical body, and your physical body is disturbed, again, remember we talked about injuries and that kind of thing, right? When your physical shell is disturbed, it will reflexively call back the person who in this case is projecting out of body. That's the context. They're talking about an out-of-body experience. And we'll get into that in a minute. This is about, they were asking a question, which we'll read in just a minute, about they moved the microphone cord and then it damaged her physical body because she was out of body. And if you start to move things around over the person, when they're in this trance state, you can actually wound them in the physical sense. So when the physical shell is disturbed, it will reflexively call the person back to the body using this silver cord. The mind-body-spirit complex is connected with what may be metaphysically seen as what your philosophers have called the silver cord. So then if you go backwards a little bit to wait a minute. Let's do this first. If this is done suddenly, the mind-body-spirit complex will attempt to re-enter the energy webs of the physical vehicle without enough care, and the effect is as if you stretched an elastic band and let it snap back rapidly. The resulting snap strikes hard at the anchored portion of the elastic band. This actually causes physical damage. So going back now to question number 9, session 91. What occurred when we moved these microphone cords? Because they had microphones over her body. And Ra, which is again Archangel Michael, as I've said in many other shows, it showed up in Egypt. Oops, I'm sorry, you didn't see that. I was on myself. I already made a mistake here. So what occurred when the microphone cords were slightly moved? And then Ra says, and this again is Archangel Michael / the Egyptian entity. It's time traveling, so it shows up in different capacities. And in Michael Prophecies, we find out it's the same being. The link between the instrument's mind-body-spirit complex and the physical body was jarred, because you're much more than physical body. That's why they call it a complex. This caused some maladjustment of the organ you call the lungs, and if the repair had not been done, this would have resulted in a distorted physical complex condition of the lungs in the physical body. So wait a minute. You mean to tell me that just because there's this cord that people travel out of their body through, and then they snap back into the body through the cord, that if they do this too fast, that cord alone is enough to cause physical damage to the lungs? It could manifest as bronchitis, coughing, all this kind of stuff. That's exactly what they're saying. That's what's so weird about this. Now, this is as far as the law of one went on the discussion of energy cords. I mean, there's other places we could go with it, the love and light discussion, that love is the pure energy and light is the conduit. But I'll get into that in another session. The point is that we have photons in the universe, and photons travel through tunnels that you could liken to wormholes. So when somebody is hating on you, they're creating a wormhole into your aura. You can't see it, but they can draw energy out of you, and that's again the tikkun, shattered vessel of light. If you have these holes in your aura, if you have damage to your tissue, then that becomes like a power outlet that negative entities can live inside there because it's rotting and smelly in that part of your body. You might even have pus come out, cyst or something. They can actually use that so that when somebody else attacks you and you start crunching down because you feel victimized, they're actually able to drink off of your energy, this vital energy that you have. They drink some of that out of the glass. It makes them high, it makes them feel good, and especially it gives more to the negative entity that's coupled with them. So this is absolutely real. And so again, there's many different spiritual traditions where people become master initiates and they learn to see this connection between the physical body and these energy cords that people use to suck energy out of you. And this is why almost every major spiritual teaching has some type of body practice, like yoga, like stretching of some kind, Tai Chi, breath work, meditation, and all of these physical bodily disciplines, the long hiking. Everybody who becomes a master initiate pretty much gets their body in perfect shape. They end up looking great. They're muscularly ripped. They've got a brilliant looking body. And you have to, in order to build muscle and really get a good physique, you have to heal these areas, because if your muscle doesn't get blood flow, then you can't build any extra muscle. So even things like weight training, weightlifting, that kind of stuff will help you to heal these areas, because the repetitive use of the muscle will push through those knots. But again, really the best thing you can do is therapeutic massage. The Edgar Cayce readings, which I've talked about many other times, strongly recommended this practice. And so there is a physical component to this, but then there's also a psychological component, because again, when you hold a trauma in your mind and you just follow where it goes in your body, you know what, I'm feeling this thing on my shoulder over here. And again, I had this thing with my shoulder. So you can really learn a lot by working with the body, doing stretching. You get these rollers. You have a roller that you work with on the floor. It's about 5 inches wide. It's a big, long cylinder. And you hang your back over there. You crunch all the spine vertebrae. You get the popping. You hang your shoulders over it, one side, the other side. You get your neck in there. That kind of stuff is incredibly, incredibly useful and beneficial. If you ignore these areas of scar tissue in your muscles, then you have outlets that people can drink energy through. So that's why you have to initiate the body and not just the mind. With the mind, the main practice to create that ultraviolet barrier, right, to stop this energy from leaving you like the fish eggs that get drained out by the stronger fish eggs, it's about setting boundaries. Psychopaths basically will tell you, you have to let me violate you because you are ugly. And you're not worthy enough to get any better treatment than what I'm giving you. I'm the one that has to put up with you being so ugly. So this is the violation principle. They want to make you feel denigrated so that you feel like, well, if I'm ever going to have anybody love me, I need to let them violate me. That's not true. But this is happening on a global level. There's a global adversary that wants you to feel ugly, and therefore you need to be violated. You need to put up with all the dark stuff that they're going to do. So in the Tibetan tradition, they have this amazing thing called Rainbow Body, where people learn through this meditative practice to only have positive, happy thoughts. And if you have only happy thoughts for 13 years, then you get to be on this rainbow body. Your body will actually change into some type of form. We'll show you pictures of this in a minute. But people literally transform into energy and their body just disappears. And this was documented 160,000 times. And when you read about what they say on how you achieve this ascension, this rainbow body, the main teaching that you keep hearing over and over again is cord cutting. And this is where, in meditation, you visualize that you have some type of knife or dagger or sword. And as you bring up traumatic memories, things that people did that hurt you, things that are painful, you imagine that there's these cords coming out, and that each person who hurt you, each person who drained you, who made you feel bad about yourself, who said, you have to let me violate you because you are ugly, you just cut that cord. You cut it off. And what you're actually doing also is you're doing body work and breath work, and you're healing these areas in your body that are damaged in the muscles. So you visualize cutting these energetic cords. They typically recommend that you use a sword. And this is a remarkably consistent meditation that you see worldwide. You see it in Native American shamanism. There's Celtic practices of this kind of stuff. and you see it all throughout Buddhist traditions. It's really fascinating because, again, cord cutting is the key. If you leave these cords open, it's because you don't love yourself enough, you don't feel worthy as a human being, and you say, well, you know, I'm just a mess, I'm ugly, I'm not good enough, and so yeah, this is the only way I'm going to get love. So then when you go through the meditation practice, you go into solitude, you're no longer feeling that you need somebody to lift you up anymore. You've been able to, you know, get a grip on that. You can experience solitude and not be upset by it. You don't feel the need to engage with other people necessarily. You can be solitary. You'll start to bring up traumatic memories and somebody that tried to make you feel bad about yourself, and then you'll visualize that you have a cord that goes from you to that person. And you visualize that this is like a stargate, it's like a tube, and every time that you feel bad about yourself, that person is getting energy from you. And then in love, in loving yourself, you cut the cord, you visualize that you have a little knife, and you cut that cord, and now you are building up your shattered vessel of light, your tikkun, so that the vessel can hold more water and you have more personal power by cutting the cords. So this is one of the two main Tibetan rainbow body practices. Another very important one at the same time is seeing yourself as empty awareness. And empty awareness is the concept that you might hear about called the void, which is the idea that you go from feeling that you are your body to feeling that you've now kind of flipped inside out and the whole world around you is you. You might even want to feel like you can touch that. You might even want to feel like, as this is what the Tibetans would do. They'd be in the mountains, meditating on a mountain view, looking at this beautiful scenery, and then saying, I am the stars, I am the sun, I am the sky, I am the clouds, I am the mountains, I am the trees, I am the animals. All of this is me, and it's awareness that is ultimately empty. It is without form. The awareness is empty. It has no space, it has no time. And this, again, is the highest level teaching in the Law of One, foreverness. Once you learn the concept of timelessness and foreverness, that you are not a body, that you are not physical, that all of the universe is a holographic projection of the awareness that is within your mind. That's a really trippy psychedelic concept, that you created the universe. You are the creator. You're inside Plato's cave, and everything that you see around you is really just a flickering shadow. It's a fascinating meditation, and this is what they did. And it turns out that once you do this enough and you cut the cords, by cutting the cords, you realize that you are whole and sovereign and pure. You don't need to drain your energy to other people. If somebody doesn't see you as a perfected, loving, perfect being, then they are the ones existing in, illusion. And so you want to penetrate the illusion. That's what the Law of One keeps saying. You want to break through this illusion that you are only a body and into this concept that you are the creator, you are empty awareness. And that's what we would call the Christ consciousness if you're looking at the Casey readings. So Jesus was not just here to be worshipped and adored. He, according to the Casey readings, created the Christ path, which is for you to recognize the Christ within yourself, which is this loving consciousness that you feel when you are inspired. So like people worship rock stars, celebrities. This is because they feel inspired by their work, and if you project it outside yourself, then you haven't really gotten to the point of understanding that you are the source of the universe. It's the universe, right? Y-O-U-niverse. So there was a breakthrough book that happened where these teachings got broken out of the secrecy of Tibet, and it was Dream Yoga and the Practice of Natural Light. He wrote some other books too. His name is Namkhai Norbu. And again, what we're seeing there with the two eyes and then the circle in the middle, that is this concept of what he calls the mother light, or this empty awareness that the whole universe is made from. That is the universal creator, that you are the source of the universe. It all projects out of you. And you notice that shape that he's got on his chest, that is the Tigli. So they actually drew his face on the cover of the book. So you look at the guy sleeping there, notice that face. Well, this is Namkhai Norbu. So he actually got in a hell of a lot of trouble because these teachings were considered highly classified into Tibetan lore. They did not believe that anybody outside of their own little circle should have this. But Namkhai Norbu, who you can see right here, he went against all that. He said, nope, this stuff needs to be out there in the open. And this is where he talks about that you merge with what he calls the mother light, this white light that is the empty awareness. And the way that they recommend you do this is by meditating on this shape that we saw on his chest called the tigli. And it's also the Sanskrit letter A. And so you make the sound ah. So it's that concept of toning. And a lot of times when I do live events, I'd end up toning with everybody. I'd have them all do the aum. And you just say ah, and you just hold that pitch for a long time. In this Tibetan visualization, what you're doing is you're actually visualizing that shape. Now, this you don't have to do it this way, but notice that there's rainbows coming off of it. The rainbows represent the 7 densities of existence, the 7 different layers of the universe that we can live on, which go from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So what you're doing is you're getting a visualization of yourself as the creator, that you are the primordial sound. In the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. That's in the book of John. And the Hinduism has the same thing. They call it the Aum. Buddhism has the same thing. They call it the Tigli. Okay? So then we see these various diagrams where this is the original form of the universe. It's really just a sound, but you visualize it with the letter A in Sanskrit. And then they draw this rainbow energy coming off of it, which is the formation of the universe. The whole manifest universe emerged from this sound. And here's Namkhai Norbu pointing at it over his head and doing lectures on this stuff. Now, it turns out that once you visualize this enough, that you are essentially the source of the universe and you're giving off this rainbow light, your body actually turns into the rainbow light. And this is what happened to Padmasambhava, the second Buddha. He actually ascended and left nothing behind. This is what it looked like. This is an up-close view of apparently what happens when somebody merges with that mother light and they become the pure awareness of the universe. Another example of this, of leaked information that comes out of Tibet that talks about this, is rainbow painting. And again, the rainbow body and how you're painting the colors of the creator. That's the way that my book, the book that I got had that cover. This is probably what you're more apt to see if you find it now. Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche. Here's his picture. And again, this is a very technical book. It's very dense. Here's another example of one of his books, repeating the words of the Buddha. And here he is in front of a typical Tibetan Buddhist wall hanging. This is something, I have a number of them around the house here, and I love to have them. So he also got in trouble by leaking a lot of information that really wasn't supposed to be known regarding the teachings of Padmasambhava, the second Buddha, who actually went a lot farther than the first Buddha, believe it or not. And this is what his face looks like, and we'll talk about why did he paint on his eyebrows and mustache in a minute. If you research Padmasambhava, they say he did not have a mother or father. Check this out, guys. He arrived in an egg that came out of the sky. Well, we know what that is. That's a UFO. Yeah, that's obviously, when you look at the whole history, this is some type of extraterrestrial human who came here to teach us rainbow body. He told the people that he came from the cosmos and he had remarkable abilities as soon as he came out of this egg. As an adult, he landed in the egg, and that's why Padmasambhava translates as lotus born, because apparently his egg opened up like petals of a lotus, his spaceship, and he just walks out. So Padmasambhava means lotus born. He's also called Guru Rinpoche and the second Buddha, and that translates as precious guru. He studied existing Vajrayana Buddhism, and he traveled through Nepal, Bhutan, India, Tibet, and surrounding lands. Now there's some weird things about his face, because when you look at these different images of him, it looks like he didn't have any facial hair. It looks like he didn't have eyebrows, he didn't have a mustache, and he painted it on with makeup. And this is consistent with actually the Roswell entities. Yes, I'm proposing that this was an extraterrestrial human who did not have eyebrows, did not have any facial hair, like the Roswell entities, which again were not grays, but they just looked human but hairless, no eyebrows, no facial hair, and they had bigger eyes than we do. And they also had 6 fingers. And sure enough, you're going to see he left a 6-fingered handprint. He mushed his hand into the rock outside of his own temple, and you can go there now and see that. So this is very interesting because he again seemed to paint on his own facial features to look more human, because he really wasn't. He was here to teach us something from the cosmos. So here he is on his spaceship. He's on a floating lotus. This is Padmasambhava, how he came here in a spaceship, and he's got the rainbow around him. And this is another image of him in sort of where you can really see that his eyes were bigger and very intense look in his eyes there. And again, he's got these painted on features. And notice he's got a very open third eye as well. So, and he looks like he has golden skin. They drew him in gold. I mean, that's just the light that was coming off of him. But you see the circles around him represent this energy field that people said they could see. That was his own energy field. Now, at the end of his life, he transformed into a rainbow. And if you meditate on the Tigli long enough, or if you just meditate on empty awareness and cord cutting, then eventually nobody is sucking your energy anymore. You've cut the cords and you achieve rainbow body, as this is what it actually looks like. Spontaneously is what happened to him. So he brought Buddhism from India into Tibet in the 8th century. This is why he was called the second Buddha. The indigenous Himalayan religion was called the Bon. And many, many witnesses said he had extraordinary abilities. He could fly. He had telekinesis. He could apport things out of thin air, make physical objects appear. He had the ability to telepathically communicate with people who normally couldn't do that. You could hear his voice in your mind. And he melded in the Buddhist teachings with the Bon and founded what we call the Nyingma sect, which is Tibetan Buddhism. At the end of his life, he spontaneously burst into light in this rainbow form, and this caused great surprise and inspiration. And as I reveal in Michael Prophecies and my first book, Source Field, there's 160,000 documented cases of light body activation that people have stored in monasteries in Nepal, Bhutan, China, India, and Tibet. 160,000 examples of people actually achieving the same phenomenon that he did, where they transform their physical body into rainbow-colored light. This is actually very real, believe it or not. It's a very interesting augmentation of the Christian concept of ascension. The central practice that he taught everybody was called Dzogchen. It's also called Ati Yoga, or the Great Perfection. Now, the temple where he practiced these teachings and eventually achieved rainbow body is visited by many people each year. It's still there. I believe it's in Nepal, or maybe it's still in India. I'm not sure. But anyway, this is the town you got to go through. You walk up this staircase to the temple. This is what it looks like when you get to the top. It's a lot of stair climbing. You go higher and higher. You got to then walk through this weird little alleyway between a wall and the rocks. They built the building right next to the wall. You see that arch in the background? That's the Padmasambhava temple. So you go through this little crack, and then you see this little altar that you can make offerings on. It's got candles on it, all that kind of stuff. And then you see that hole next to the altar in the wall. You see that there's a wall made of rock, and there's a doorway there. That's where he was, folks. So now we're going to go up to it even closer. This is where he actually was. He meditated in there, and this is where a lot of the rainbow body stuff was achieved. So we're looking at it from different perspectives. Here's a monk meditating outside. Now we're going to get a little bit closer. You can walk in through this door. Apparently it was carved out. And whoa, what's that? That is his handprint, folks. Once he had gotten through enough of the great perfection, when he was close to achieving rainbow body, he started to be able to mush his hand into the rocks, and that's what you're seeing right here. It's really fascinating because, check this out. Check out how many fingers he's got. There's actually 6 fingers on the hand. It's not 4, it's actually, there's a thumb and then there's 5 fingers. And you can see it very clearly. People go up, they touch it, you're allowed to touch it, believe it or not. And this was all because he had the ability now to mush his hand through matter, much like Neo in the Matrix. You know, you become the Matrix. You're no longer bound by physical flesh and blood. So there's lots and lots of different pictures of this. Now, Father Francis Tissot, with the help of the Institute of Noetic Sciences, in modern times, he actually went to Tibet to see someone achieve rainbow body, because they still do this meditative practice. You be a nice person for 13 years, and you can actually spontaneously change into the rainbow body. The person that Father Tissot witnessed do this was Khenpo Achos, and we'll have some other examples of people who achieve rainbow body in a minute. But there's 2 different types of rainbow body. There's one type, which is like Padmasambhava's, where you flash into it all at once, and there's another type where your body shrinks down over the course of 7 days, and you leave behind a little tiny 6 or 7 inch tall human figurine made out of ash, which is the image of your body. And they actually put clothes on it and they dress it up. So there's a lot of really cool stuff in Tibet. These stupas look like UFOs that we've seen in the ships that the mothership they found in Antarctica had UFOs in it that looked like this. So the stupas are very interesting. This is one of the main Buddhist temples in Tibet, the nice rainbow next to it. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. So how do you get into rainbow body in the Dzogchen teaching? Well, you're going back to the natural primordial state of being, which is empty awareness. And you have to do cord cutting to get there. The teachings and meditations are aimed to achieve this condition, the pure, all-encompassing primordial clarity, the nature of all beings. This is stuff you read in Rainbow Painting and in the other books. This has no form, no time, but it is the nature of the universe, as I said. The timeless clarity has no form of its own, and yet it can perceive, experience, reflect, and express all form, and it does so without being affected by these forms in any ultimate permanent way. So you see yourself as like a mirror reflecting the complete openness of the universe, but you are not affected by the reflections. And this again relates to cord cutting. You don't want to be affected by people who tried to hurt you in the past and steal your energy. And again, eventually you're going to reach this rainbow body if you do this practice enough. Then there's another thing called Trekcho, part of Dzogchen Buddhism. You realize this mirror-like clarity of the universe, and that brings you into a state called Rigpa, a state of knowledge. Trekcho is an advanced practice that is the fastest way to achieve this universal knowledge, or Rigpa. And Trekcho is about releasing and cutting through your tensions and rigidities. And this is, again, the cord cutting meditation. You visualize a knife and you visualize cutting these cords. And it's about softening the body. My massage therapist is always saying you got to soften on the table. You got to be soft on the table. So you eliminate the rigidity in your body. That's a very important point. And as you learn to relax, your muscles ease up, you are going into Rigpa, which is this Trekcho practice. So Trekcho has to do with cord cutting very directly. You're mastering the art of contemplative visualization. You're meditating while you do this visualization of cord cutting, that you're not going to be dragged down by people's negativity anymore. And the meditation occurs where you're in a state of unity consciousness. Again, they have you visualize the Tigli, you chant, ah, and you have this vision that that is the universe and it's you. And eventually you become that rainbow light. You purify yourself of all obscurations. This is done again through cord cutting. You witness your karma, which is part of the cord cutting. Who created your karma? Who upset you? Who made you angry? You don't want to be angry at anybody. You want to have compassion, forgiveness. You forgive and dissolve all of this karma until it holds no cause on you, correlated with the cord cutting. Your physical body eventually calms down into a death-like state where you have blissful, ecstatic consciousness. This is called samadhi. And you feel a deep state of union with your true identity on a conscious level. Now, the last stage of this process is called togal. The final practice after you reach samadhi or self-realization is where you begin to become the universe. You become the essence of all there is. Your blockages, karma, and thoughts are cleared through the cord-cutting meditation. Your identity shifts into cosmic awareness, and at this point in togal, your physical body now dissolves into pure light, and you become the rainbow body, or the wisdom body. And the Tibetans call this jalus. Now, sometimes people leave behind, as I said, this little 7-inch ashy figurine. It's rare with like the Padmasambhava case where people just flash and all of a sudden they turn into a rainbow. More often what happens is that you appear to die, your heart stops beating, you stop breathing. Usually you're in a state of meditation, so these people are in a meditative lotus posture. Then what happens is they take your body, it's no longer alive, and they wrap you up in these colorful silks, and then you are laid down inside a particular hut where your body is kept for 7 days. Now this is where it starts to get really, really weird because your body begins shrinking, and when they look through the silks, they notice that the lines on your face go away. You reverse age. Your face becomes young looking again, and it gets smaller and smaller. You actually reverse the growth process. You shrink down, and eventually your body turns into this little figurine of ash. And now, if you're curious about what this looks like, I'm going to show it to you through the examples of people who actually achieved this in modern times. So let's take a look at some examples. First one we're going to look at is Achuk Lama Rinpoche. And here's a picture of him. He was the head of Tibetan Buddhism for a while. He had some spectacular abilities. He specifically headed the Nyingma sect in China. He meditated for 43 years with Master Tulku Arik Rinpoche. He established this Yarchen Gar monastery in 1983. It was the holy city where most of the Rinpoches and Lamas were living in Tibet. And it has the largest collection of these Rinpoches in the entire world. And these are people practicing Rainbow Body. So this is the Yarchen Gar monastery. And here he is in there. He's the one wearing yellow. And here he is when he was getting ready to achieve Rainbow Body. So his teeth look pretty nasty. He looks like an old man, but it was actually in this room, believe it or not, where he actually achieved Rainbow Body. His body died, and it shrank down and created a little figurine. And before he died, he was able to achieve miracles witnessed by lots and lots of people. Thousands of people saw this stuff. He was able to leave his handprints and footprints in rocks. He could manifest statues out of thin air. He could download teachings. This is a very important thing, where you're able to telepathically bring in information called termas, and you get new teachings from the universe, which he was doing. He could live underwater for days and not be harmed. He didn't need to breathe. He could see into the future without any impediments. He had prophetic vision, and he was able to create visual manifestations of deities and mandalas over his body. So apparently this is a photo of Lama Achuk, where he projected the image of a lotus as he was meditating. All this stuff he projected onto the film. That was supposedly done by him. It's very cool. When he died, he created this little figurine, and then they dressed it up in little clothes, and that's what you're seeing right here. You see these two fans that are blowing on it so it doesn't, I guess, spoil and decay even more. They wanted to keep it cooled off, but you know, it's pretty small. Look at the size of those fans. It's not a big body anymore. But that's his rainbow body, okay? Here's another example, Turtan Chogyur Lingpa. And this is what he left behind. They made a little statue out of the guy. They dressed him up in little funny clothes, a little hat. You can see his face is black. That's because he turns to ash. Here's another example, Chogye Trichen. Here he was when he was alive. He was able to achieve Rainbow Body. Psychopaths are like, well, I hate this guy. I'm jealous. I hate him. You know, well, okay, wait a minute. He was just being nice. I mean, that's the whole point, is you be a nice person, you learn compassion, forgiveness, and then you turn into Rainbow Body. So here he was when he was alive, and this is a little Rainbow Body figurine that he left behind, all dressed up nice in a little weird locked box. They didn't want anybody to steal it. But again, they're not very large. Here's another example, Jirao Kenpo, and this is what he left behind. They dressed it up again. This is very important to them. They got 160,000 cases of this kind of stuff happening, and they built it inside this shrine, as you can see here. Here's another example, Karma Rinpoche. He also achieved Rainbow Body. One of the most recent ones. He passed away on November 11th, 2013. He was originally 5'9". By 14 days after he'd passed away, his body shrank down to being 8 inches tall. His entire body shrank nearly 80%, including the skeleton, and he achieved what they call small rainbow body. So here's Karma Rinpoche. You know, doesn't look very special, just typical old man, you know, very old looking. And now here he is looking like a little burrito inside his rainbow body. Pretty simple thing. This apparently were 2 footsteps that he left behind. So we're going to cover all this in future episodes. This concept of the rainbow body is very fascinating because we have physical artifacts that we could study. We could analyze that ash. And again, Father Francis Tiso actually went out there and watched this happen. Are you guys loving this content or what? I'm sure you guys are. Let's read a couple comments because this is a good point. So, I hate this guy. I'm jealous. I'm just kidding. Somebody said we got donations from Wookie Goldberg and Taylor T. CM says, dog, you can't really believe this. Yes, we absolutely do. I mean, this is, again, it's like if you've grown up in a materialistic Western society, this is all news to you. But people that grew up in Tibet, they lived around this and they practiced these things and they're watching multiple, you know, thousands of people achieve rainbow body. Big Gaz says, I'm giving you 5 more minutes. Well, we got 5,444 people who are happy. Stephen Bradley Jones says, I absolutely love this. John Smith says, Jesus did it as well. That's why he came back after the 3 days. Magic Meatbag says, these Sunday videos are great. Alfonso Lopez says, my mind is blown right now. John LaFrancois just said, $20 donation. Saludos to Ecuador. Dad Quick donated $10. He says, thank you, David. Gary Hader Music says, absolutely love it, mate. Sunshine Fairy says, I've always wanted to go to Tibet. Blue Lotus Shala says, amazing content, keep going. Roger Zubarak, a long-term fan, just donated $20. David is always spot on, says Cynthia Marie Brewer. Rainbow Body is very interesting stuff, keep going, says Brian Wolf. Well, yeah. Sajida says, great content as always. Shanjok says, is this considered successful death or something else? Wayne J, amazing content, David. This is your best content yet. Keep it up, make it rain. We love you. Steve Dams, Vintage Wilcock. Tarotina just donated again. Did you see her dressed in blue? She's the sky in front of you. She's a rainbow. Willow Soul says, yeah, David, I love this. Thank you. You can't imagine what it is if your God has a face. Everything is possible, says Rob Potter. Speaking of 6 fingers, Alex Collier talked about Valiant Thor having 6 fingers. I'm not sure if that's true. It might be. Is there a machine to achieve rainbow light body, says Mars. Well, you know, we don't really need a machine. The whole point is it's a practice about Trekcho, where you are achieving Rigpa. You're achieving that you are universal awareness. And again, it's through this cord-cutting practice. Dodati Vinay Ratliff right here says, as Pure Land Buddhists, we believe we awaken the Pure Land inside the lotus. We think these are rejuvenation pods. Yeah. Unknown Angel Books says, fantastic information. This is your best yet. Empress Judas says, I remember you talking about Rainbow Body in 2020. Gratitude. Spiritual Savant says, Kundalini Tantra awakening takes 3 days. So yeah, you guys are loving it. I mean, there's a few people who don't like the content. But again, you know, if you grew up materialistic, you don't realize that there's this grand perfection waiting for us. So cord cutting is the key to our global ascension. And this is what's happening on a mass level with good old Sleepy Joe. The memes that were coming out right before this assassination attempt, this one was pretty funny. The Three Stooges, he's doing the job of 3 men. That's one of the things he said. And then well, maybe those are the guys. Wise guy. Who is the Ukraine president? And then, okay, could I buy a vowel, you know? This is really funny. And he says Putin, and then everybody's laughing. And here's a meme about the first black woman to serve under a black president. Now, just before this happened, this was Friday, like the day before it happened, there was a prophetic headline on Zero Hedge, Trump's return, get ready for chaos to be unleashed and blamed on you. And then we have a rambling post-NATO presser where Joe praises Vice President Trump and said, yes, the emperor is naked. So again, they're saying, get ready for chaos to be unleashed, and the very next day is when this assassination attempt occurred. And again, what we see in the next headline here, this was from Thursday. Momentous press conference looms today. Cracks are forming in his Senate wall. The donations have eliminated. $90 million got pulled out. The delegates are rebelling. And the Dems hilariously urged him to make a decision when he already had announced one. So the point is, everybody cut off the money. This is the cord cutting. And then they decided they needed to act. And so what do we next see when they decide to act? The cords have been cut. This is the global healing, by the way. As we are all healing, even the people on the left are like, you know what, I'm out of this. I can't do this anymore. I'm not putting my money in this. I'm cutting the cords. That's the Ascension meditation that's now happening on a global level. And we are going to have this global Ascension event. Now, is it going to be rainbow body activation? No. There's a difference between, as we could like to call it, the touchdown Ascension versus the field goal Ascension. The touchdown is rainbow body activation, 13 years, no negative thoughts. But the field goal Ascension is that you go into your 4th density body, and that's where we are headed as we go through this next shift. So the public cut off the money, and the cabal says, you know what, our back is up against the wall. And this is a very, very important point. When you cut the cords with a psychopath, they're going to get a lot worse. You're going to have to go through what I call the biting through. This is what Tibetans call it as well. The biting through process is where once you cut the cords and they don't have their narcissistic supply anymore, they're not getting to feed off of you anymore. Now they go into tantrums, they go into violent attacks, they get much worse. They do behavior that they weren't willing to do before. They lash out, and they might even commit acts of violence. So sure enough, the day after, it's widely acknowledged at the end of the week that the cords have been cut to Biden. People are not sending money anymore. Delegates are pulling out. Celebrities are going and saying, no, we don't want this anymore. The day after is when they lash out, and now you have this headline on the New York Post. Trump shot. And this amazing photograph that was created. He survived the assassination bid. This is a divine intervention. It's very strange. How the hell did it hit him in the ear? Clearly the person who did it was real. They really wanted to hurt him. This was on TG. This is the first thing I saw when I woke up, and it said Trump is safe. I'm like, well, safe from what? What the heck is going on here? Why are they showing his son? What is this? And then I had to go and look, and this was the next thing I saw, where it says shots fired at the Trump rally. I watched this video. I could not even believe it. And he was covered in blood after an attempt, but he was okay. And this is where I'm like, oh my gosh, he got hit in the ear in almost the exact same way that I got hit in the ear right over here. You know, this is something I've lived with my whole life, ever since 8th grade. A round hole in my ear, and it's like almost exactly the same size, the same round hole. It's very, very peculiar because my body was built for this. You know, I got this injury way back in 8th grade. So then this was the headline on Zero Hedge. He's bleeding and rushed off the stage after an assassination attempt, touched his neck as the shots rang out. So now I'm going to show you the pictures I was looking at as this happened. And they are a little bit, you know, unpleasant, but we've all seen them by now. It's not that bad. I mean, gosh, everything on TV looks worse. So this is the close-up where you can see the actual bullet hole, and that there's one hole, and it's so close to his head, it's unbelievable. And again, you know, it's very, very similar to what I have here. So once more, you know, here's his image, okay, and then here's where mine is. You can see right along the edge here, it's kind of wider in the middle, and there's this ring right here. See if I make that look right. So it's pretty phenomenal because it's like there's some type of karmic connection between the two of us. And, you know, you can heal this pretty well. I mean, they'll probably end up doing a skin graft. People are saying, you know, why is it so small? Well, that's because the skin stretched as the bullet went through. So the hole is actually smaller because there was a stretching effect that happened from the velocity of the impact. But again, it really tripped me out that, like, okay, I'm asleep, and then this happens while I'm asleep, and I'm all depressed, and I've had this terrible, terrible pain in my head caused by this crazy massage that I just had, where on both sides, I've got these huge, huge black and blue marks, okay, caused by getting my cords cut and getting the massage done so that I have no more problems. So this was another image from right after it happened, where he raised his fist up right away. People are amazed by this. This is now like an iconic photograph, very similar to the Iwo-Jima photograph after the Vietnam War was won. And there's a synchronicity behind this. He's got blood on his face, but he's undeterred. He puts his fist up. I mean, how many people would really be able to do that and have that level of bravery and courage? It's pretty amazing. Now here's the image of him with the blood on his shirt. We'll go back to that a little later. It's unbelievable. This was not staged. This was a divine intervention. How in the world did it not go through his brain and kill him? It's because he was protected. Here was an image of it from the back. And here's an image as he first went down, blood dripping off of his face. Very, very intense. We're so glad that this didn't actually kill him. And then 2 were dead, including the shooter. That's the next thing I learned, 4:30 p.m., touching his neck as the shots ran out. Then right away in the articles, we start to see that Joe, as recently as July the 8th, not even a week ago, said, we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put him in a bullseye. I'm absolutely the best person to beat him. We're done talking about the debate. In other words, don't pay any attention to the fact that I sucked. Now we just got to put him in the bullseye. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. So now we're going back here. He said it's time to put him in a bullseye, and that just happened. Wow. That's from the House Judiciary GOP. This meme came out soon after it happened. He's got blood on his hands. And just yesterday, mega donor Reid Hoffman was making jokes about an assassination. As we zoom in on this, Peter sarcastically thanked Reid Hoffman for funding lawsuits against him because they turned him into a martyr, increasing his chances. From the stage, he shot back with his own sarcastic quip. Yeah, I wish I had made him into an actual martyr. This just happened. Then we see memes like this, the wounded lion. And he said, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also the family of another person who was badly injured. It is incredible that this act could take place in our country. Nothing is known at the time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong because I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, and I realized then what was happening. God bless America. This is the image of the guy who did it after he'd been gunned down. I put a black spot over the face, so there's nothing you have to see there. And the Secret Service members and military who were able to take care of that problem really fast. This was the guy on the building behind Trump who shot back. That's where it actually happened from, against the shooter. Okay, you've probably all seen this before. So this was an initial diagram. The circle on the bottom is where he was standing on stage. The rooftop to the immediate right with the arrow going up is where the sniper was. And then the actual assassin, or would-be assassin, was on that roof on the other side. Now this is a really fascinating thing where White House press corps colleague Doug Mills caught a picture of the bullet zooming in the air exactly before it happened. The fact that he even got this picture is divine intervention. And you see that line? That's actually the bullet, because again, the shutter speed was not... The shutter is open for like 1/30th of a second or however long it is. And so you don't just see an image of the bullet. You'd have to have high-speed film where the shutter speed is much faster. So the shutter is open for a period of time, and the bullet leaves behind a trace on the photograph as this is happening. So that's what you're looking at right here. So these memes already started to come out. Trump versus bullet, Biden versus stairs. It's so funny. Now, this was a drone helicopter shot of the guy who did it, supposedly, before he actually happened. I won't read the name of the person who made this post on Twitter, but with my last name, Wilcock, you can imagine I've been through many of these type of jokes. And then James O'Keefe responded, said, drone image of him alive. It appears to be the same, but we are waiting to confirm. So, you know, you can tell this guy's got a lot of, he's got mottled on his face. He looks very unhealthy. His hair hasn't been washed. He looks very sickly. And, you know, this is a nerd. This is a guy who doesn't fit in. And maybe some group gave him purpose, and he decided to channel all of his own self-hatred onto this political figure who has everything that he felt like he didn't have. He's got the money, he's got the fame, he's got all this kind of stuff. Ray Briggs says, historic moments are happening now. I can't believe with how crazy the world is that more people aren't running to God. The shooter was saying he was told to stand down. What the hell? He said he was shot after 3 minutes of seeing him. Scientific Mystic says, wow. And then for some of us conspiracy people, this is a black swan event. Absolutely, says Susan Snyder. We're now up to 5,568 viewers, so we just keep going up and up here, which is really amazing. So thank you guys for being here. There's no more gory photos. That was the last of that. And then you've seen them all already. But the point is, this was what happened immediately after the global cord cutting. And as the old saying goes, if you try to kill the king, you better not miss. We had a donation from Kenneth Bates, $50. He says, cosmic evil is desperate. They continue to distract and divide humanity. Thank you for your bravery, David. I appreciate that. Count Coup and Blessings says, programmed individual. Elmo Bullseye said, I wish Michael had given you the heads up on this one, David. Well, he did. There's a prophetic dream that I had. So let's just keep moving here. Here's another, another meme that came out. You missed. And this is a curious synchronicity. And I believe this is divinely intended. We have higher selves. We have souls. The classic Iwo-Jima Vietnam victory image. Look at the two of them side by side, folks. Even the way that you can set them side by side, the Iwo-Jima image on the right, the flag is pointing from the bottom right to the top left. And then over here, you got the flagpole and the flag pointing from the bottom left to the top right. You've got Trump with his fist in the air. You've got the soldiers with their fists in the air. You've got the American flag. It's flapping in the wind. And of course, Trump, as we believe, is the reincarnation of General Patton from World War II. And here's these guys in uniforms that are similar to what Patton used to wear. So this is extremely fascinating. And I do not dismiss this as just a coincidence. I think this is actually something real. I think that this whole event was staged on a higher level so that he wouldn't get hit and killed, but it would only graze him in the ear. It's fascinating that my ear had the very similar looking injury when I was in 8th grade, back when I was only, what, like 13 years old, 12 years old, something like that. And it has such a neat comparison with Iwo-jima, this image of Iwo-jima. It's like, wow, I mean, you can't dispute this stuff, folks. There's too many similarities. It's very, very interesting. So again, I believe this is their final stage of desperation, and I want to go back to what I shared with you from the Storm Rider on TG, strange intel. We weren't sure if it was true. This is from June 29th, right during a show I did, I guess it was now 2 weeks ago. There's the link if you want to go read this. Panic in D.C. B.O. and Ron Klein hold an emergency sit-down with Joe. Kay is furious she is not being considered as a replacement. Well, now apparently she is. Whitmer and Newsom are. Then the polling didn't work out in their favor. He says, panic. This leak comes from the hedge fund owner and DNC insider Doug Cass. Could this all just be a scripted staged play? Well, this was not scripted or staged. This was a real attempt that was very significant. From what we are hearing and what we know, the devolution plan and secret military orders he signed have captured the mainstream media's operations, captured most of the deep state operations. Now they're being forced to continue a script. What you are witnessing are the final stages of these game theory operations. We read this before. Showing the public the final events that will lead to the cancellation of what would have happened in November due to corruption and interference. Oh my God. That will lead to a massive revolt by U.S. citizens, as we were saying. This is why the Supreme Court released hundreds of these prisoners, and laws are being exposed to protect the future of the near Civil War events, political uprisings, and protesters. The stages are being set for arrest wars, U.S. military occupation, restoring order and giving power back to the states and their rightful leaders. He has told you he will remove tens of thousands of leaders and heads from the government because, again, they are hopelessly enmeshed in this thing that he calls the swamp, which is, again, very real. So wait for it. It's about to get really heavy. What's next? The house arrest. Well, the DS blocked that from happening. The Supremes actually said, nope, he has immunity as president, so there was no arrest. And they probably just wanted to make sure this prophecy didn't come true. But let's keep going here, because look at this. Then there will be a staged assassination attempt. Now, was this one staged? No. But I believe that one of the things that might have been in the works, if this guy is true, and again, we don't really know. This is not the Alliance. It's Storm Rider, which we don't really know who the guy is. He might be from a foreign country. He probably is. English is not his first language. I don't even know, as I've said, if the Alliance wants me to read this stuff, because they give you the briefings on Shadow of Ezra. But he mentioned on June 29th, he posted that there would be a staged assassination attempt, which I think could have been one of the plans. How do we get this thing to steer in the direction of public outrage? So if the former president is at his house and he's on arrest and he can't leave, and then they faked that somebody was going to try to hurt him, but it doesn't really kill him, it just wounded him, that could create public outrage. Now, this is where I differ. Some people are saying, oh, maybe this whole thing was staged. No, no, no. The main thing that psychopaths do is they have what's called defiance. Oppositional defiance is what psychologists call it. And it could be expressed as, F you can't tell me what to do. So when they're looking at this prophecy out there, and that this is all going to be set up, they say, well, the hell with that. We're not going to let it be fake. We want it to be real. We're going to get a real person. Maybe this guy was under some type of hypnotic influence when he did it. That's entirely possible. They stage it, but then they want it to actually happen because F you can't tell me what to do. You're not going to defeat us by doing something fake. We're going to do the real thing, and we're going to make it real. And there's just no way this could have been staged. It was literally so close to his head. It was right there on the ear, in almost the same position as where mine is. This was not staged. They wanted him gone, and they obviously believe this. Now, maybe what happened is they saw this event, the Alliance saw this event in their future viewing technology. I've talked about this many times. It's a basic function of UFO technology that they can see through time. And we talked last week about Valiant Thor, and that apparently he gave them some type of time-viewing cube when he visited the Pentagon beginning in 1957 for 3 years until 1960. He was actually there hanging out, 59, I guess, end of 59. Maybe in 1960, I'm not sure exactly when he left. what we're seeing with the Alliance is apparently being helped by time viewing technology. And I firmly believe that once we get full disclosure, we're going to find out that they knew this would happen, but they didn't know how. They saw it in the time viewing technology. They saw him bleeding, and they said, once this happens, the viewing technology says all these other things start to happen. The elections may not even take place. There's going to be arrests. It's all going to be very interesting. Well, now we have a whodunit. This is a murder attempt, and there's going to be an investigation. It's already started, and within maybe even just a few days, I don't know how long, I'm just speculating, we might start to learn some very powerful things. Did somebody pay this guy to do this? Was he ordered to do this? Was there a stand-down order in place? Did they want this to happen? Did they set the whole thing up to try to create the climate where this could happen? That seems very, very likely. So again, if they're going to, if the dark people, the dark forces are saying, you know, well, they're going to try to stage this, well, F you, we're going to do it for real. And then you won't be able to stage it because he's already going to be dead. And then they said on the 29th of June, he will survive because this is being prepared for game theory operations. Again, they said, F you, we're going to do it for real. This important event will be connected to exposing the Majority Intelligence Committee that is secretly running these operations and the treason military coup currently taking place. This is amazing. I mean, this is so accurate. And it was only 2 weeks ago, and then bang, it happens. It's like, wow. Not quite the way we thought, because again, they tried to do it for real. This was not staged, obviously. But wow, it was still prophetic in an incredible fashion. Let's review 2 recent posts from the Alliance here. This was what I wrote before. You know, I had this in the show from like, I guess, 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were going to resort to assassination. And Ezra said this on May 30th. This is also incredibly prophetic now. Even the blood on the shirt. And again, I think they saw this in the time viewing machine. If they can't imprison him before the election, you can bet they'll resort to assassination. May 30th was in my show, 131,000 views. And it even looks very similar, the way the blood is on the shirt and everything. And then I talked about in that episode that I had an epic dream where they tried to do this and it missed. And then when the event actually happened, as I said, I was in bed. I had terrible pain leading up to the event. And now that prophetic dream from June 14th comes into focus, where there was an attempt on Trump's life. I had a dream about this, and it happened right in front of me. They cut him on the arm. And this is another weird thing. I have I don't know if you can really see this, but there's a scar on my arm right here. Let's see if I can get it in focus. I have a little white scar right here. I don't know if you can see that. But let's try, I'll do it over on 7. This scar actually showed up in the dream. Am I in focus there? It's hard to tell. Okay, so it's right here. Anyway, this is exactly where he got cut on the arm. And it's interesting because in my dream, that's where the wound was, but then we both got this very similar wound on the ear. I've been living with this thing my whole life, okay? So now I want to read you this prophetic dream. And anybody who tries to say, oh, David is a fraud, David is a phony, David is a fake. No, no, no. The Alliance can confirm later on. I'm sure this will happen. I did not add anything to this. It's so weird. What you're about to read is so prophetic. And I would also say this is about the halfway mark. So if you want to leave it on a cliffhanger, if you need to go to sleep, we still got 5,400 people watching. This would be a good time to pause it and then come back because we're at the midpoint between the 2 halves of the show. It is probably going to take me 4 hours to get through all this stuff. But again, it's not every week that somebody tries to shoot the former president. So wow, I mean, yeah, we're going to go for as long as it needs to get through this stuff. So I also have cached versions of the file as well. So again, if I were to lie about this, if I tried to, first of all, I didn't have any time. The event just happened yesterday. I was laid up in bed with these scars on my body that you can see. I had terrible pain right here, right next to where the ear is, where he got hit. And when the tent pole hit me, it also created a huge dent and bruise in my skull here. So this is the same thing. I had the same kind of pain on the other side of my skull, right next to where the bullet hit him. I had this terrible pain. I'm lying in bed. I wanted to sleep during the day. I didn't even know if I wanted to do a show. I was thinking about canceling it. I was depressed. I was even like, you know, maybe I should just use again, give up my sobriety because I'm just in a big mess here. The pain is so much, and it is a painkiller. Maybe I need painkillers. So anyway, it's in cached versions of my file on my computer. And if I were to lie and make up something like this, the Alliance would know. And then I wouldn't have their trust anymore. I wouldn't have their respect anymore. They would know that I was a liar. And because they can look at my computer and they're always looking at it and they're seeing what I write. And a lot of times these Ezra posts directly respond to those things. So there's cached versions of the file. But again, here's what actually I wrote. This is a photograph of it. Friday, June 14th. This was right before my show from, I guess, what would it be now? 3 weeks ago. 4:25 a.m. Major event. And again, I can prove that this was written at the time. I did not alter anything. Major event. Dream of an assassination attempt on Trump, and I foiled it. And I say, Jesus, this was incredibly violent. Maybe I should consider not watching these violent movies. Since Trump was swiped at by an attacker and he bled on his arm, and again, it was in the same spot. He got cut in the same spot where I actually have this wound. I didn't even stop to pee. Normally I have to get up and pee before I write the dream down, but this assassination dream scared me so much that I said, I'm not even going to the bathroom. I got to write down as many details as I can. Something might end up happening to Trump. I talked about it 3 weeks ago in my show and 2 weeks ago. It really freaked me out. This dream was a freak out, but wait till you see how amazing this dream is. That's why this is like a great part 1 or part 2, like the beginning of part 2. This is a great introduction. This dream is unbelievable. Wait till you see this. I've never had anything like this happen to me before. It is very frustrating. I cannot remember the whole thing, but it was huge. I was able to stop bullets in mid-air or steer them like Neo in the Matrix. Well, right there, you're going to see where this is going. I mean, the bullet might have been steered by some type of spiritual process. Maybe it would have hit him in the head, and maybe there was angelic intervention that steered it just right so it got him in the ear. That's what I think this dream is talking about, folks. But we'll get into that because I'm going to read you the whole thing. I personally killed the person who tried to murder him by stabbing him repeatedly in the chest and neck with an open pair of chrome-colored scissors. Then they tried to escape on a balloon, but it was too late. They were already dead. This is a likely metaphor of LGBT and the Chinese because of the colors on the balloon, which were like pink and lime. So here it is. I'm going to read you the whole thing. Actually, I just read you that stuff. So we're going through this again. Dream of assassination attempt on him. I foiled it. This was incredibly violent. I shouldn't watch these movies. Since he was swiped at by an attacker and bled on his arm, I didn't even stop to pee. It's very similar to what actually happened. Frustrating, I can't remember the whole thing, but it was huge. I could stop bullets in midair like Neo in the Matrix. And one of the first memes that came out after this actually happened was this. Of like, yeah, you know, something weird and spiritual did take place here. How did he dodge that bullet? Like Neo in the Matrix. Well, that's what my dream was about 3 weeks ago. I killed the person who tried to murder him with the scissors, as I said. They tried to escape. It was already too late. It was a likely Chinese balloon metaphor due to the colors. Okay, now we're going to get into the dream itself. This took place in a house that seemed to be upscale and had several individuals living in it. There was a team effort and it felt connected to military intelligence. Now, why did I write the word depot in parentheses? This is another thing I have to explain. Part of what's been happening to me is I get these typing synchronicities now where I make mistakes with my fingers, and in the Apple word processing software that you use on any Mac laptop, if you just go with Pages, which is the name of the software, the Pages software tries to guess when you misspell a word, and then it immediately autocorrects it to the word that it guesses you tried to make. And it'll take really leaping guesses. So if you get something that's not even close to a certain word, but it's all a jumble of characters, it will take that jumble as soon as you hit the space bar. Instantaneously, it turns it into a word that it guesses is the closest word to what you were trying to type. Sometimes it's right, a lot of times it's wrong. But what seems to be happening to me now is that my soul is using this as an opportunity to get code words out which come from my subconscious. And these words are essentially channeled in. And so I get these extra psychic messages by these word mistypings that then turn into real words. So in this case, the word, let's go back there. In this case, the word that I mistyped was depot. Felt like it was connected to military intelligence. And then I said, depot suggests deposition, that this is symbolic of the court attacks that we saw against Trump. So sure enough, those attacks were other attempts to try to destroy him that didn't work. They wanted to take away all of his money. They want him on house arrest. They want him in prison for 90 years so that he can't run for office. It had the opposite effect. He raised $400 million, or whatever it was, incredible amounts of money. Then they kind of withdrew it because it wasn't getting the effect they want, which was to destroy him. So it went to a physical attempt at destruction that we just saw yesterday. And here's my dream from 3 weeks ago, prophesizing that he's going to have an assassination attempt. It's incredible. And I talked to you about this before. And again, the Alliance will confirm that I didn't make this up. The outdoors of this beautiful mansion had trees that were perfectly manicured and sculpted. One tree had a dark lime color to the leaves. It was rounded off. It was very nicely big spherical tree. I'm probably seeing Mar-a-Lago is what I think this was. I was definitely working in some governmental capacity with the Alliance, which I think is going to happen after the arrests. I'm quite confident that they're going to have me doing something. And I've already said I'll take whatever job they want me to have. They want me to serve, I'm going to serve, okay? Because I've earned this. I've been working really hard. I've put my life on the line just like he has. And I have equal risks in every possible way. So this is a very real threat profile. The place had modern decor with white walls and chrome kitchen appliances. The kitchen was large and lavish with many, many cabinets. It was all white inside. There was some time spent where we were driving outdoors at one point. And at some parts of this dream, when I got involved with this military group, they were training me in martial arts and military warfare techniques. I had a long part of the dream I couldn't remember when I woke up, which pissed me off. But I discovered in the course of their training that I now had incredible telekinetic ability. It almost seemed as if we stumbled over it. I wasn't being trained in this particular thing, but then we all discovered that I actually could do this. Check this out, guys. I somehow had gained the ability to stop or bend a bullet. I didn't mention that part, but it was in the dream. To stop or bend a bullet as it was going through the air. I now knew that I could always do this because of the distinct way that it felt. Now this is very strange because 2 different times I tried to type distinct and instead it auto-corrected to distance. So I put that in parentheses as distance, distance. And isn't it interesting that Trump was shot at from a distance? And then there was another sniper who got the guy from the Secret Service, and that was shot at a distance. So this again was a weird synchronicity, a typing synchronicity, showing that it would be a shot from a distance. And I would stop this bullet going through the air that was shot from a distance. Very, very interesting. I noticed there was a certain pull that the bullet had once it was airborne. I was able to feel this telekinetically. I could just feel it in motion, and then I could immediately drain the pull out of the bullet and change its trajectory. In the dream, this was an absolute certainty. I had a direct knowing. This is so fascinating. It's so prophetic because, of course, he was shot at, and it looks like something, some divine force bent the bullet. Well, that's exactly what my dream was about. Pete Peterson had talked about covert military practices where people trained in these psychic arts were taught to stop bullets. They would wear this thick glove on their hand, and you're out there and they shoot it next to you, and you learn to tune in, and your hand has to start moving before they pull the trigger. And these people apparently were able to actually grab the bullet with this very thick, it was like a welding glove, and they could actually grab the bullet as it went through the air, and they would train them to be able to do this. Now, I didn't know if I really believed it. I mean, it sounded very fanciful, sounded like the Matrix. But in my dream, I actually had this technique, and I was able to master this technique. I also set it up like a program, so the stopping of the bullet would happen automatically. I didn't even have to think about it. My body would just move. And again, this seems to reflect, as I wrote at the time, Michael's angelic protection and how I have not authorized something like this to occur. Uncle Jack, my infamous insider, he used to say, "Mate, you can't just murder somebody, mate. It's not that simple. You've got to get them to authorize their own death. What we have to do is we get them to become more and more negative. And if your karma doesn't say that you have to be murdered, mate, then we're not ready to do it. So we've got to give you more and more anger, more and more frustration. You keep getting pissed off, mate. And eventually, when you start to do things that hurt other people, it means that we have the opportunity to cause this to happen. We can cause the assassination to exist. But if you don't actually authorize it, mate, then you're not going to be able to do anything because those are the rules, mate. We've got rules in the universe and we understand this. Well, whoever did this did not know about the rules, because if you try, according to Uncle Jack, if you try to murder somebody and you don't actually have authorization, if their karma hasn't authorized their own death, then it will backfire because of angelic intervention, and you will end up getting hurt, not them. They might get a little bit hurt, like Trump got this ear injury, but you are the person who orders it ends up having it backfire on them. So the high-level Roth faction people knew this, but the ones running the DS now are not part of that faction anymore. And they were desperate, and they tried this. They forgot about the rules. The rules will not allow you to get away with this kind of thing. So this is, again, very, very curious, very interesting stuff, because it's talking about the rules. And I was saying, you know, I have not authorized something like this to occur. Well, apparently neither did Trump. And then I wrote this part in as well as a comment while I was writing the dream down. After I saw the Matrix, one of Michael's readings said, "You are Neo, you are Neo." I refused to write that down. He said it repeatedly. Well, in this dream, I absolutely was doing something just like Neo. The bullet ended up just hanging there in one place, rotating on its own midline axis. Time slowed down for me. The bullet could not move forward. I was able to hold it in the air and stop it from even being able to move. And then I was just able to pick it out of the air once I stopped it from moving, because I'd slowed time down. The bullet still had a little rotation and pull on it. I had to exert a decent amount of force to pull it out of its stopped position in the air. Well, this is describing slowing time down and doing this on a spiritual level. It was spinning in one place, and then I was able to pull it out of the way. I demonstrated this stunning ability to Samuel Jackson, which again seems to flag the Matrix because he looks a lot like Lawrence Fishburne, who played Morpheus. I did recently see some clip of Samuel Jackson in the violent movie with John Travolta, or at least a photograph, but in my dream he did not have the same afro. After the military team realized that I could actually stop or bend a bullet in its trajectory, they had tremendous excitement. And they said, "You did it, David. I cannot believe it. This changes everything." I mean, look at the detail in this dream. The amount of time that I spent writing about how I'm able to bend a bullet or stop a bullet, that I had this psychic power, that I could slow time down, I could reach out, I could kind of yank the bullet out of the air. I had to exert a lot of force on it. It's still spinning, and I could change its trajectory. Now, I mean, maybe it's possible that I actually did this for him because I was asleep when the thing happened. I was in terrible pain, like sympathetic pain in the side of my head where it happened to him. I have this ear injury that's on the opposite side of where he got his. It's the same thing. It's a round circle. Maybe on an astral level, I projected out of body, and at that level of my consciousness, we're all multidimensional beings, I was able to actually bend the bullet. I'm not saying it absolutely was me, but maybe it was. I mean, that's the implication of the dream, is that I projected out of body, and I was able to set this thing up so that it hit him just right. Sorry if sorry it had to hit him at all, but this created an event that was bloody and was dramatic and was a divine intervention. It was a miracle. Well, in the dream, I set the whole thing up, apparently. And then after this, he actually gets attacked. But before he gets attacked and cut on the arm, I was actually stopping and bending bullets. It's unbelievably fascinating. So the Alliance tells me, "You did it. I cannot believe it. This changes everything." They were very excited. So then, this is what I wrote at the time. It's probably a metaphorical statement about the live videos I'm doing on Sunday, and the fact that I've been attacked profusely, again, by this one guy, but it hasn't destroyed me. By the way, getting into cord cutting, I now have hired 3 people to monitor my social media, specifically so that I don't see people who are attacking me like this. That's the cord cutting that I'm doing, because I realized, you know what? This guy's got a backstage pass into my brain. I'm looking at it all the time. I'm taking pictures of it for the lawsuit. We're preserving evidence for the lawsuit. You know, he's filing his own fake lawsuits. He's got another one that he just sent us from saying that he's from Holland, but it's all just completely bogus. Now I've got a whole team of people, so I don't have to look at it at all. Maybe I'll even only see one, if any. You know, we got one whole team, then we got a supervisor, and then we got another third person who I hired just to do this. And so that means nobody can get in anymore. I've cut the cords to anybody being able to troll me online. Because again, this one individual was so dedicated, it's like, okay, you know what? I don't need to look at this stuff because I know who I am. I know that this is not true. And I don't want somebody else's voice who's very negative to be influencing me on a day-by-day basis. He's going to keep doing what he's doing. And, you know, actually, he's escalated so dramatically in the last 3 weeks that it's 2 or 3 times easier for us to win the lawsuit now than it would have been before. And it's all being done by my company. I'm not even involved in it anymore. So now I have a whole team capturing that evidence. And I got to say, cutting those cords feels good because now I don't have to think about his opinion. But he has been incredibly aggressive, like nobody I've ever seen in my whole life. It's very sad. I really feel sorry for him because it just seems like he can't stop, and he's forced us to have to take this action. We really have no choice. So I've been attacked profusely, but it hasn't destroyed me. The computer just said I haven't backed up in 2028 days. It's not really true, but there you go. So I have this thing that says it's been 2,028 days since the last time you did a backup on your computer. Well, this is also very strange because that would be the exact year where Trump's second term comes to an end. And, you know, that again ties it in with him directly. And it's weird synchronicity on my machine. Now that I had this ability to stop bullets and bend bullets, it became key to whatever we were going to do next, which was actually protecting Trump. That's what the next part of the dream is. It's incredible. I didn't seem to be fully briefed on what was happening, but I knew this bullet bending ability was critical. There were definitely assailants who were going to have to be dealt with, and then I mistyped the word egos. And yeah, they're all coming out of ego. That's what this is. It felt as if perhaps 3 of them may have snuck into the house, which in this case looks like Mar-a-Lago. We were aware of them, but they were not aware that we knew what they were doing. We tracked them walking through the house while they thought they were being sneaky. Suddenly, Trump was in the house, even though this was not the case before. He was wearing a light charcoal gray suit and a white dress shirt, very sharp, and he had no tie on. And I don't think he had a tie in the talk that he was doing either. He was the suit is the wrong color, but the white shirt with no tie is the same. He was standing there in the kitchen, but I had no time to try to talk to him. We were all busy. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, one of these supposedly hidden assailants grabbed a knife and went after him with it. To my shock, the assailant actually swiped at him and drew minimal but visible blood. He nailed him on the right upper arm, 1 brief cut, and it bled. The blood was in about a 2-inch wide area, 3 inches tall on his forearm. And again, it was exactly the same spot as my scar, which is right here on my arm. I don't know if you can see it, but I got another one here too, which is on this side. This is from the fireplace. The one time after my first winter when I was here, I was heating with wood and I melted my skin on the side of the fireplace. I just wasn't thinking and I touched it and it was scalding hot and it created this scar. So then Trump gets the scar in the same place. And again, this is mirroring the fact that my ear got wounded over here in a circle and then he got wounded over here in a circle only a centimeter away from that. It's very weird. So again, this is a direct prophecy. And I already talked to you guys about this dream. I just didn't read the whole thing at the time. But again, I haven't changed this. If I did, the alliance would come down on me like a ton of bricks. So this is what I really had written in there 3 weeks ago. So he got cut and there was minimal but visible blood. The assailant may have shifted genders between male and female as the scene occurred. And this may have something to do with the guy. We may find out he's a member of some organization. He may have even been trans. Because those are the people who are going to be the most angry. And you notice in the pictures, he does have long hair. I could totally imagine him dressing up, wearing makeup, all that kind of stuff. I think that might be what we're going to find out. I had noticed just yesterday, it looks like I got knife cuts on both of my forearms in this exact area because of the fireplace. I have white scars there. It was from the first winter here right after Beth divorced me. I branded myself on both sides, not really accidentally, but subconsciously while I was heating the house with wood. I was constantly walking on splinters like the ministry song Stigmata from the oak. So again, I was using oak firewood and the logs were leaving splinters on the ground, and no matter how much I tried, I wasn't wearing slippers at the time, I was wearing wool socks. I kept getting these splinters in my feet and it was incredibly painful. So that's what I was talking about there. I looked at these scars as subtle but symbolic tattoos of my ability to survive through the worst of the worst. The divorce was very hard on me, as it is for just about everybody. Immediately after he got swiped, there was a massive, jolting perspective shift. And he's bleeding now. I was suddenly watching this happen with Artie and his wife, this is my old friend from college, as if it was all a movie. It seemed as if everyone in the world was seeing this movie, not just them. And as soon as this perspective shift happened, Artie's wife called out, "Oh no, Trump." And she really kind of screamed it. This seemed odd, and I was connected to them in a viewing area, but I could also feel like it was a movie theater, and there were audiences watching this like it was a big show. Well, this is exactly what happened. It was on a Saturday. He's in a public event. It's live TV, just like Dealey Plaza with Kennedy. Same kind of thing, and it was like a movie. It all seemed supernatural, and the whole world was watching. So this dream is astonishingly prophetic. There is no doubt whatsoever that this was prophetic of what was going to happen to him in like 1 month later. It's exactly 1 month later, June 14th to July 13th. It's incredible. Very amazing. There seemed something fake about what she said, almost like the whole thing was staged. And again, that's an illustration of how weird it was. That people are like, wait a minute, how did it hit him in the ear only 1 inch away from his head? How's that even possible? And it reeks of divine intervention. Well, again, in my dream, I had learned how to bend bullets and stop them from hitting somebody, slowing down time and actually changing the trajectory. And it really did look like it was telekinetically steered in this case with Trump. I popped right back into the movie again, and now whoever did this was right next to me, and I acted immediately on instinct without thinking. I grabbed a pair of large chrome-colored scissors, and in one of the Mechanic movies, perhaps the first one, called The Mechanic, Jason Statham had the newbie take a pair of scissors, stick them into an outlet, and this powered down the lights in the criminal headquarters building. He may have even done it himself. Either way, the scissors were critical to cutting the power so he could complete the job. So what's the metaphor here? It's cutting the power to the deep state, cutting the outlets that they have where they can suck your energy through these scars that you have, the shattered vessel of light. It's symbolic. The scissors were used in the movie to cut the power. This is talking about cutting off the loose supply to the negative entities, right? Cut the cords. And I'm actually using scissors. It's cord cutting meditation. Now bear in mind, I had come up with the title for the cord cutting meditation video, the live video about cord cutting, before I knew there was going to be an attempt on his life, before the cord cutting metaphor with scissors is used in the dream. That's another layer of the prophecy. This is very, very amazing. I mean, the haters are never going to believe anything. They're just going to tell me I'm a con artist. But whatever, I don't even have to look at it anymore. It's fine. They can do as much as they want. Please keep feeding us more evidence. It's becoming easier and easier to win the case. Those scissors had blue plastic handles, I believe, whereas these were a single chrome color in my dream. So in the movie, they had blue. So again, this is about the cord cutting meditation. It's fascinating that was in there before I even knew that I was going to be reading this dream in my cord cutting video. I kept the scissors open about 2 or 3 inches, and then I repeatedly plunged them. Oh, see, I had a typo because I didn't even fix any of this. I didn't have time to fix this. I then repeatedly plunged them into the would-be assassin. The word took shouldn't be there, but again, I didn't even fix this. I didn't have enough time. It may have been a woman at first, and then it became a man before I did this. This is, again, talking about their trans ideology. I stabbed at least 7 times. It was all in the neck area and more over to the left. And this is very close to where he got hit, okay? Same kind of thing, the head and the neck. Each cut was about 1 centimeter long and 3 millimeters wide, and it did cut him almost like a pair of scissors, like a hole puncher. The person didn't even seem to feel any pain, cry out, or have any change in their facial expression. This seems to represent how no matter what happens to the DS, they just keep on going. They never show any sign of weakness. They just keep on going. So I kept going and repeating the stabbing motion, plunging it in about 3 inches each time. I was seeing incisions form after each one, but there was no blood. Either way, I got enough great stabs in the neck area. There was just no chance this person was going to live. By the end of my stabbing routine, he had started lifting up into the air, he, she, and out of range. I stepped back and realized this person was trying to escape in a balloon. So this is also interesting, right? Because the shooter was up on a roof, and then they're trying to escape by going up. But again, he didn't escape. The Secret Service snipers took him down. So again, this is just another, I mean, we have an assassination on Trump. We have me being able to bend bullets. We have the scissors, which is the cord cutting. This is incredible. I thought this was very childish, that they were trying to escape in this balloon. The stabbing had already occurred. It was too late, regardless of any visible blood and pain appearing or not. The balloon was made of gay pastel colors, lime and pink. It almost looked like a child's toy. This again symbolizes the DS. The canopy looked like it was made out of paper mache, and it was a very light lime green color. So you had this very, very gay-looking balloon that they were trying to escape in. And that just represents their whole ideology. The balloon was folded into 4 sides, looking like crude origami. It had a lumpy appearance as if it was handmade. And the person who did this became very small, like 3 inches tall, which is, again, prophetic of the little figurine that I was going to talk about in the cord-cutting meditation, the little rainbow body. He turns into a little rainbow body up in this gay balloon. It's very, very interesting, isn't it? The origami canopy was then connected to the balloon with white strings. They were made of cotton, and they were very loosely woven. This is Eve. I mistyped and wrote the word Eve. And again, Eve is like the Garden of Eden. And I had a dream about eating the apple right before Trump got hit. But we'll get to that later. That was a very interesting one as well. So this is evocative of my senior year physics class. We were actually ordered to make our own hot air balloons out of a square paper ashtray with a chrome surface, candles, strings, and a bag. My design drastically outperformed everyone else's and soared highly. Hardly anyone else's in my whole physics class even lifted. So this is a true story. I had a physics class, and what we had to do is take a little ashtray, and we had candles and strings and then a plastic bag. And they wanted you to make a hot air balloon with this. So what I knew was that I had to take the plastic and make it very symmetrical so that all 4 of my strings were the same length. They came off the 4 edges of the ashtray. I put all the candles in the middle in a nice round circle. And so everything was symmetrical because I knew that if I didn't have it symmetrical, then the balloon would tilt and it would catch on fire. And so nobody else did it as perfectly as I did. Nobody else got the symmetry concept down like I did, which was the basic test of the physics, was like, would you build it symmetrically? So my balloon went really high, but nobody else's actually got off the ground. And in fact, we were watching it. This friend of mine and I did this together. I basically made the whole design. And my balloon soared way the hell up into the air. I mean, we couldn't even see it anymore. So that is part of the metaphor, the fact that I do these shows, I have the slides, I have 7 camera angles. It's a really exciting, high production value format that I'm doing. And so I won the physics prize in that case. I got the balloon to work. Well, it's also a metaphor of Stavati, that our company is going to get off the ground, which is now happening. We have 3 different loans coming in. We actually have 3 different purchase orders coming in. So we're really close now to getting financed, and I'm really happy about that. In fact, most of what I spent this past week doing is due diligence, reviewing paperwork, looking at loan offers, collateral, brokers, attorneys, all this kind of stuff. It's very, very dense. So this is also prophetic that our balloon is going to get off the ground. We're going to win the physics prize. But again, this was related to the DS, and they're trying to escape. They're going to be able to get away with this for a little while, but then it's all going to come crashing down. My balloon eventually burned up and came crashing down to the earth, just like theirs will. Similar to the notion of Apollo and his waxen wings are burning. Okay. And then we got the notion of Eve, that we're going to have a new earth, a new human being born out of all these events. I believe that. That's the new ascension. Our design, one design made it up to 20 feet and then burned. That's the only other person who did fairly well in the physics class. I knew everything had to be very symmetrical so the balloon would get good thrust, and it actually worked. Again, that's prophetic of Stavati. Then the strings on the balloon that the assassin of Trump tried to escape from, remember, this was a month before it actually happened, almost to the day. It's connected to a pink balloon, which is symbolic of gayness. And it also looked somewhat like a hot water bottle that had been turned into a stylized balloon that was round. Well, what do you think he's got on his ear? He's got a hot water bottle to try to ease the pain, because I get cut. I mean, there's so many nerve endings in your ear. There's no question he's going to be in a lot of pain, a lot of dull aching. You can't really get rid of it. If you sleep on it, it hurts. And I couldn't even sleep on my side in my bed. So, because when I got this injury, it was like I had to really work around it. It was horrible. So the stylized hot water bottle is again evocative of that he would have this injury where you'd need to put the hot water bottle on it. It's very fascinating. And then I got scarred on my arm here, and I have this scar here that looks just like his. Really, really weird. This is a total prophetic dream like nothing I've ever had in my life. And then I said, good luck trying to escape in that silly balloon. But when I wrote trying to, it mistyped into tyrant ruin. You won't make it. So this was a prophecy from my subconscious saying the tyrants are going to be ruined by this assassination attempt. They won't make it. They will not be able to escape in the gay balloon. It's fascinating. As I watched the balloon drift away, I woke up and I was obviously in shock. I didn't even stop to take a pee. I wrote the whole thing down. Now wait for it. There's one last thing. As I wake up, when I first wake up is when I can get readings. And I heard these words come in. And again, I swear I did not change any of this. The Alliance will confirm it for me later on. They were watching this as it came in. There's cached files in my computer that we could go back and dig out. This is what it said. This is a prophecy. It hasn't come true yet. But as I woke up, I heard the words, the key to Obama's insurrectionism. They were partially spoken and partly written. Oh my God. Tyrant ruin, you won't make it. The key to the insurrectionism. This is just frickin' amazing. What don't we have? We have the attempt. We have the attempted assassination. We have me bending bullets in the air psychokinetically with psychokinesis. And I had this long amount of training. And then they said, wow, David, this changes everything. Something happened to him where it hit him in the ear. It was so weird when it really did happen. It was bloody, just like in my dream. The scissors represent cord cutting, which was already the title of my video before this happened. Okay, that's how I stopped them, was cutting the cords with the scissors, except I'm plunging into the neck. And it says, this is the key to stopping the insurrectionism. I mean, this is just, I'm so amazed. I've really never had anything like this happen to me before. Thank you guys for your support. I'm sure the comments are amazing. This is very, very amazing. So I heard the words, the key to verbally. Well, I didn't even, the comma was wrong there because I didn't have time to fix this. And Obama's insurrectionism was written on the top of some sort of paper document, which was then loaded with facts. So we're going to get a bunch of documents. We're going to learn these facts. I saw the words first, which was the insurrectionism part, and then I heard the words, the key to afterwards, but I knew it belonged at the beginning of the phrase. This is how sometimes psychic phrases get constructed in the mind like this, okay? As I said, I didn't dare go to the bathroom until I had written down every detail I could possibly remember because obviously having a dream about the future assassination of Trump made me very concerned. I had to pee really bad, but I waited until I got everything written down first, and it came true a month later. This is incredible. So guess what, folks? Big changes are coming. If you don't think this is going anywhere, if you don't think they're going to find out who done it, just you wait. This was the final mistake they made. And again, in law of one terms, they authorize their own destruction because if you try to push too far, the rules state, mate, that you can't go after somebody unless you know that it's the right thing. If they haven't authorized it, mate, it's going to backfire on you. Well, he hasn't authorized it. He didn't do enough negativity for this to be allowed to occur, so instead he got some type of divine psychokinetic protection. It's amazing. My main regret is that I missed out on the memories of the military training that led to me being able to bend the bullets. So then I write analysis. This means I'm going to analyze what I think the dream means. And so it scared me. I'm like, I don't want anything to happen to Trump. So I said, man, I hope this isn't a literal prophecy. It all seems very symbolic of things like the court cases and the 34 indictments are trying to destroy him. I certainly do not intend to be stabbing anyone. Again, this was a cord-cutting metaphor. It had a very direct Matrix and Neo reference where I was bending bullets. I want to get right back to sleep. I was extremely tired. This was very shocking to say the least. It again suggests we are closer to this whole thing ending than many would think. It's not going to happen in November. Now I'm going back to sleep as of 5:58 a.m., so it took me 90 minutes to write this up. I am so grateful to have lost the insomnia problems that I was having. So this was really something, guys. I mean, let's read some of your comments because this is all pretty mind-blowing. Haunted Doll says, David, you will never have to pay those debts. The shit is hitting the fan. The last card is the alien invasion. Well, that's what the next dream is about, you guys. Philip Von Scotter is Project Bluebeam, the last card they will play. Yes, it is. Do you want me to just read the next dream? Because we're about to get there. Tarotina said he's not reading posts now, so I love you forever. Oh my God, I just realized the metaphor, said the scientific mystic. Could you please raise the volume? No, I really can't. I apologize for that. If I raise the volume anymore, then it will start to distort and my voice will sound like I'm talking in a kazoo. And so you have to turn up your volume. That's one of the downsides of going live. If I post-produce it, which I probably will at some point, I can maximize volume with algorithms, but I can't do it live. Trump was born on 6/14. You're also wearing a red shirt right now, which I associate with Archangel Michael. This was Ollie who donated $10, as you see right here. I think you remote protected DJT. Love you from Olive and family. Well, I don't want to say that, but that's what the dream strongly implies, that I had the honor of being the one who got to do this telekinetically on the soul level, and that would make sense that the beings had to have me asleep while this was happening. Scotty Tevet says, I have dreams or visions of things coming to light and true in a certain amount of time. I've never doubted my divine intuition. This is so hair-raising. It's a chilling thing to have happened to you. JCB 818 says, June 14th is Trump's birthday. That's really cool. I didn't know that. Truth is a wisdom tooth. So, Turbo Chan. Sunshine for me, for you. Love your videos, David. Thank you. Jazzy Michael, oh man, I want to hear the kazoo voice. No, you don't. It's actually considered an audio artifact. It's bad. Somebody else says, can you raise the volume at all? No, I just said that. You have to turn up your own volume. It's the only way we can do it. Just go back and watch older videos before this one. What is he apologizing for? The video just got interrupted by another loud, obnoxious commercial. Okay, yes. Once again, I cannot change this fact that the commercials are going to be louder than me. That's just, you just have to turn up the volume and then, turn it back down, I guess, when the commercial comes on. Haywood, I'm not going to say the rest of that, says we love you and support you. My team is definitely shooting down some trolls here. Thank you guys for doing that. Cosmic Wave Rider says, thank you, David. This is helping me with my healing greatly. So yeah, all you have to do is turn up the volume, as somebody said. It'll be fine. It's quieter than usual because if I cranked it up, we would get distortion. Gregory Leon Watson, it seems to me what we saw last night was a reenactment of an event that actually happened. Last night was a photo op. I think it happened a different way, but it did happen. Well, it's very interesting either way. And in my dream, it was like a movie, right? So the dream is astoundingly prophetic. I mean, this is a historical event that anybody would have had a dream like this that was so prophetic, and it just came through with such clarity. It's totally freaking mind-blowing, you guys. I don't even know what to make out of this, except that it said the key to the insurrectionism being stopped. So I do believe now that we are on the final timeline. We're not waiting until November. There's going to be an investigation. We're going to find out who done it and what really happened. And then people were saying, yeah, the final card is the UFO. Well, that's the very next dream I had the same morning predicted that. So I think the DS, they're going to probably pull the UFO card now because they have no other choice. So let's get into that. Thank you guys for all the supportive comments. So then we had one of my military insiders write me this. He said, he missed by 1 inch. That's very weird. Does Trump have divine protection? I'm studying the video. He's from Europe, so his grammar isn't perfect. This will surely come out later. At the very moment it happened, Trump moved his head to the left and it hit him in the ear. The shot would have been fatal. It was so close, it was more than enough to kill him. And again, it was probably a .223 round, so that definitely would have blown his head up. Providence, or whoever is in charge today, has saved him. Now with this mistake, they will try to erase the clues and the contacts and create a story about the lone nut shooter, not that there was a team involved in doing this, and remove the possibility of knowing the truth. Well, my dream says that's not going to happen. They cover their tracks very well. All those responsible for security at this event must be investigated, as well as the Secret Service, for not covering the nearby roofs. This negligence or error leads us to the certainty that it was a conspiracy to assassinate Trump. I would agree. Then we had the Health Ranger, Mike, on the concept of divine intervention. He's got a lot of knowledge about guns and bullets and how these things work. So here's where you could read this. And we're going to actually, I have it broken down into text that we can read more easily. So here's what he says. As an experienced long-range steel plate target shooter, I can say that the shots taken by the murderer shooter today at merely 400 to 450 feet, not yards but feet, is widely considered to be nearly point-blank range for an accomplished rifle shooter. That's an important point. And he also wrote later on that there's no wind really at that distance. When it's only 450 feet, the wind doesn't really have an effect either. So this was a point-blank range if you have the right kind of sniper rifle. I routinely warm up one of my rifles at triple that range, 450 yards, and I can easily hit steel within a 4-inch circle, which would be the shape of the head. This is not even considered an expert level by more experienced shooters, My point is, it is only by the grace of God that this bullet missed his skull and only pierced his ear. We all need to pray to God right now for this miracle where he literally dodged a bullet and is still here fighting for America. God bless America. I would agree completely. Then I had another dream immediately after I woke up again, which ties in the UFO component, as you guys were saying. So then I woke up again at 8:36 a.m. This is a photograph from the same day in my journal. And again, if I lied, the Alliance would know and they'd cut me off. And I don't want to get cut off. Why in the world would I want to make this stuff up? I've got an amazing track record in Michael Prophecies. There's accurate prophecies on almost every page, highlighted and read through all 7 of the books. I felt like I wasn't sleeping on this round and I got cheated out of another cycle. As a result, I had a type of slipstream dream come in, but I mostly ignored it. This means that I don't even notice that I slept, but then I'm lying there in bed and I'm like, oh, I think I just had a dream. Doesn't seem like I slept, but yeah, now I'm remembering this dream. That's what that means, slipstream. I didn't try hard enough to capture the data. However, I did bring back something. So now we're going to read the whole thing. And I already read you guys this stuff. So I didn't try hard enough to capture the data. However, I did get something. But now we're going to go on from here because I translated into slides. And again, I did all this last night. I was up until 2:30 in the morning working on this stuff. In this case, it seemed as if the events in the previous dream, which is the Trump assassination attempt, were known to everyone. And then it inspired Mike Adams to become far more professional and cinematic as a filmmaker. He set up an entire film shoot on a beach area. Now, this is talking about how when this type of thing happens and there's divine intervention, it's very fascinating. People do get inspired. They do jump up and they want to do more. They want to get more involved. They want to have better production value. And in fact, Mike has done that. He's now got, he's doing his own movies and he's really stepped up his game. Plus, he's been on the air with Alex, which is wonderful. So he set up an entire film shoot on a beach area. It seemed as if he was working with the same people or some of the same people who had supposedly done levitation. The film is now kind of in limbo. I got to find out what's going on. I don't really have a lot of information. I saw the director, Michael Mazzola, there on the beach. They were inspired by the balloon rising in the previous dream, among other things. So again, this is talking about the assassination. You remember the balloon looked like a hot water bottle, which he's now got to put on his ear after getting punctured through the ear. So they were inspired by this balloon rising from the previous dream, and now they wanted to make a movie about it. And again, when something like this happens and somebody's miraculously saved from such a near miss by less than an inch, it's like a centimeter, right next to the head. I mean, unbelievable. It's going to create a lot of people being inspired to do more, to go farther. That's what this dream is talking about. Inspired by the balloon rising. Now they were doing something really outrageous. This gets very interesting, folks. Look at this. They created a massive Viking-style inflatable dragon out on the water. It was green and very cartoonish looking, and it had yellow eyes. Both of its front arms were pointed outward, and its claws were up in the air. Only its back feet were touching the ground. The dragon was just large enough that people were standing under its belly. The height of the legs was the height of a human. In that sense, it was reminiscent of the Trojan horse. The Trojan horse. Well, the Trojan horse was how people invaded this foreign country. I think it was Greece. I don't remember all the details exactly, but the point was that there was a bunch of soldiers hiding inside this giant wooden horse that was supposedly given to them as a gift. But then in the middle of the night, the soldiers start coming out of the Trojan horse, and they actually invaded everybody. Now, this is also very strangely connected to me and violent events, because in the Casey readings, they say that one of his past lives, which would also be my past life, was as a guard, where he was there when the Trojan horse got wheeled in and he saw the soldiers coming out. And he actually decided to take his own life. He stabbed himself in the heart rather than be overrun by these enemies, because he thought he would be tortured to death very slowly and horribly. And the Casey reading said that that suicide created a mark on his soul, a stain on his soul. It took multiple lifetimes to get over. So again, it's like this idea of the invasion, the attack, and I was very depressed when, right before it happened, I was sleeping in bed. I didn't want to get out of bed. And again, this was a Trojan horse against the alliance. If they had successfully brought Trump down, then the whole election would be thrown into chaos. There's nobody else really like him as a political figure right now who's out there, who's fronting for this alliance. So they knew that this was a single point failure they could try to eliminate. And that's what the Trojan horse was all about. A sneak attack. It's concealed as something else. And in the dream, this is done in a weird reptilian. It's a reptilian Trojan horse, which probably represents that there's an alien influence behind all this, and that's where this attack actually originated from. So this is very, very weird and interesting. They wanted to film someone on the shore and have the dragon in the background as if it was a natural set. I'm not remembering who or what exactly they were going to be filming, but the dragon clearly implied the Roths and China alike, as well as Draco-Reptilians. They were definitely exploring the UFO angle as well, and somehow they wanted a UFO to be part of the scene. Yeah, you see what we said in the comments here? We're still at 5,342 viewers. So you guys had said, yeah, I've been talking about this in my previous show, that the final card is going to be the fake alien invasion. Well, here it is, folks. This was directly talking about a Trojan horse, which could be, in this case, a UFO that has Dracos in it instead of, Roman soldiers or whoever the hell it was. Some type of alien attack, and they wanted to stage it to look like it was done in a UFO. I mean, this is incredible. Plus, you got the Roth and the China component, and it comes directly after the dream that I had where they attempted to assassinate Trump. I mean, you can't even make this stuff up, you guys. This is so amazing. The pieces connect together so brilliantly because we've already been talking about the idea that their final card might be the fake UFO invasion. That's what I talked about all last week. Then the way that I killed the attacker was with cord cutting, with scissors in his neck, her neck. Then they immediately say UFO, UFO. It's just amazing. So this seems somehow related to the balloon from my previous dream the villains tried to escape in. They were staging something practical that would drop down into the scene and look like a UFO. And actually mistyped the word sevens, which was something that Mike Adams had written right after I finished writing this down. He wrote something about the sevens. Immediately after I typed that word, I checked TG, and he had his latest post where he said that the average remaining lifespan of all humans on Earth across all available possibilities is about 7 years. I don't agree with this, but we politely disagree. Regardless of their age, as the extermination events accelerating toward us don't discriminate based on age. Enjoy life while you can. Unless something dramatically changes the course of current events, this is humanity's last chapter on Earth. Well, I don't really believe that. But again, let me just go back to the previous slide here, where we can see what the context was in my dream. Okay, so here we go with that. So, he's saying that we only have 7 years left on Earth, and that's what I read right after I wrote this. They were staging something practical that would drop down into the seventh scene and look like a UFO. Okay, so that's what it was. It was the idea that there's only 7 years left of life, and this is what they, if they were going to do a UFO invasion, then sure enough, we would have that type of thing happen. We'd only have a short time left here. So it all fits together beautifully. And my mistyping happened immediately before I went back to Telegram and saw, okay, there he is writing this. So this is very, very weird synchronicity. Now I had another dream. I was up in the middle of the night. Actually, my dog is probably very close to dying now. She gets these horrible necrotic farts in the middle of the night. So I was just about to go to sleep. It was like 1:30 in the morning. I was finally winding down. And the room just gets gassed out so bad. And I had to actually turn the fan on, open up the door, and literally just air out the room because it was so disgusting. I mean, I could have tried to come down here and sleep downstairs, but this bed tends to be a lot hotter. And this is one of the hottest nights of the year we had last night. It got up to like 85 here, which is about as hot as we ever get. And, I don't want to leave the window open because then I'll get a sore throat and then I wouldn't be able to talk long enough to do the show. So after my dog farted and I'm airing out the room, I remembered all of a sudden, wait a minute, I had another dream about like alien bodies in the Roswell crash that seems very relevant because there were snipers, there was bodies on the ground. It's all the same kind of thematic material. So I said, I got to get that dream in. So here it is. Oh, we just had a donation. Therese Wade just donated, said, stay safe. She donated $11.11. Thank you very much. You can see it going along right there. We're still at 5,300. This is one of the best turnouts I've ever had. So thank you guys so much for showing up. Okay. Here's the dream from the July 25th, which was, like a week after the other one. 9:25 a.m. I just write the word schemas because that's what was in the book that I first read about lucid dreaming. That's what he called them. So I always use that at the beginning. I found myself at a farmhouse. It was also like a conference facility. It had more than one building and seemed to have been used as a school and possibly also a church. It was clearly in a country area in upstate New York. It may have been that Stavati was considering acquiring this facility for training and logistics. I was there with people who were fans of mine. We were having a conference. We were having dinner together and watching a video. I had done a talk of some kind. Everybody was cool, just like at Loveland event that I did in Colorado. There was some sort of film we were watching that exposed the DS. It was talking about the historical aspects, and it was fascinating the way history's been shaped unknowingly behind the scenes. And this is like talking about the videos that we're going to get after the arrests take place. I think that's prophetic of what this is going to be. At the same time, they were serving 3 different types of baked sweet goods and giving you the option to have them frosted if you wanted. Apparently, the baked goods were done with good quality sugar, so it wasn't that bad. They were gluten-free. I ended up getting the last cupcake they had, and the frosting was chocolate, so it looked like poop. Okay, and my dog keeps pooping, like she leaves skid marks on the carpet. Another baked good was more like a mini loaf of bread. So this was cake eaters and BS because of the color of the chocolate frosting. Now, what does the cake eater thing mean? Well, I've been watching episodes of SEAL Team. I'm learning a lot about the military from it. It seems to be helpful for my company, and I just like the show. And so when they are talking about high-ranking politicians and military officials, they call them cake eaters. After the idea of Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake, meaning that, hey, you know what? She didn't mind that people were starving. Well, if they don't have any bread, just let them eat cake. So this is a metaphor of how the politicians throw the military onto the front lines, sacrifice their lives without even thinking about it, no respect. And then again, it's not only that it was cakes, but it was the frosting looked like poop, so it's the BS. So again, this is all talking about prophetically that the BS from the cake eaters is being exposed on a massive level, as we're seeing now, the downfall that has occurred after the debate, and now they're trying to assassinate their opponent, and they almost succeeded, but just barely. Barely did he miss, which is so wonderful. After grabbing the cupcake, I woke up. I either went to pee or I just rolled it over, meaning I stayed in bed even if I had to pee. I went back to sleep, and I again returned into the same building. Now I was just with 3 other people. The conference had ended. There was a guy who seemed to live there and coordinated various events that they were holding. This was in Western New York is what it appeared like, but it could have been Pennsylvania too. So that's why this is very related to what happened. There was another guy who seemed to be a representative for Stavati there. There was a woman who had been at the event and was similar to the newbie Clay Spencer's ideal military girlfriend Stella from the SEAL Team show. Now I did add in the name Stella because at this point I didn't remember what her name was, so I just typed it in after the fact. That is an addition I made. He just proposed marriage to her in the last episode after being injured and before a 3-month deployment. Well, this is another really weird synchronicity, folks, because Stella was in the dream and Clay had just been shot, but the chest plate blocked the shot from killing him. He had this big bruise on his chest, and then right after he got shot, he said, "Will you marry me?" And he held up this little piece of string, and he ended up canceling the proposal because he'd popped it on her at a bad time. But this, again, is prophetic of Trump nearly being killed. He was shot. He was wounded, just like Clay Spencer got wounded in the show. So this is a very direct tie-in, once again, with the assassination attempt. I probably should have put some yellow in there, but I'm only seeing this now. The girl was definitely attracted to me. We were flirting with each other. I've had several dreams about getting together with somebody lately. I don't know who it is yet. No idea, but it might happen in the future. The coordinator was taking us around the facility as a team. There was no doubt that we were talking about using this facility for production of aircraft, that kind of thing. But now I was also aware that it had a strange history of this organization we've been talking about, the Eye. And they had actually done demonic ceremonial magic there. So again, this is evocative. It looked like Pennsylvania. It was evocative of where the assassination attempt took place. Stella, I had just seen him nearly get killed from being shot, but he didn't die from the gunshot wound. because he had this big body armor on. So again, if they're trying to shoot him in open air, and if they had succeeded, that would have been ritual magic, a ritual offering intended to create more demonic power for them on Earth. That's what they wanted to do. So this is all very relevant. We are partially aware that we had to clear out these energies, and then we did this by going into a back room. So now that the assassination attempt failed, this is talking about how that is healed and how it's cleared up, okay? If you can follow that. So he took me into a back room, and they were training military SEAL-type teams to invade buildings and take down enemies, and it all still had this rustic northeast farmhouse feel to it. Well, sure enough, the attack happened on the top of a farmhouse type of building, a farm type of building, where the shooter was. And when we get to the stage of the arrest, it's going to involve military SEAL-type teams invading buildings and taking people down. Imagine that. This is so amazing. Now check this out. There were fake bodies on each of the stairs, of which there were 5, leading up to a door out of this small room. They had pink plastic faces with no paint on them, similar to crash dummies. Well, that right there was the explanation. Oops, sorry, now you can read that. I had the wrong camera on. Fake bodies on each of the stairs, of which there were 5. They had pink plastic faces with no paint on them, similar to crash dummies. There were other bodies on the floor with a path leading into another room, and the bodies really only had heads and clothes, which were dark green military fatigues. Well, as I wrote in the original notes, but I cut them because they were rather long, this totally is evocative of the official explanation for the Roswell crash, which was Project Mogul. Oh yeah, we had these crash dummies, and it was in a weather balloon, and the weather balloon crashed. Remember, they were trying to escape in a balloon in the other dream, after they tried to kill Trump. In the dream, they tried to kill Trump. They slashed him on the arm. It was bloody. They tried to escape in a little weather balloon. Well, now we have the crash dummies of Roswell. So this, again, just like the dream of the dragon and the UFO, is another dream suggesting they're going to try some Roswell type of thing to try to prevent the arrest from happening. So I'm actually more convinced now that we may actually see some type of fake alien event, because this is very similar to the official explanation for the Roswell crash dummies. That's all. Oh, they weren't really extraterrestrials. It was just a bunch of crash dummies, and these guys didn't know what they were really looking at. Yeah, right. The bodies really only had heads and clothes. The clothes were not even stuffed with enough stuffing to look like bodies. The clothes were really flat on the ground, and they were dark green military fatigues. And this was all, again, prophetic of the military attack that we just saw on Trump. It seemed that before the training began, they had some way to pump up the mass of the bodies to make them more realistic, perhaps by inflating them. And as I said in my comments, this again suggests the explanation of Roswell as a weather balloon, and it's evocative of the balloon they tried to escape in the other dream, and the balloon that was a Trojan horse that looked like a dragon. All these metaphors interconnect. Explanation for UFO crashes as a weather balloon. Clearly, I'm being asked to cover Roswell again. I have great slides for that, and I actually did as a result of the stream in that show that I made right after I had this. So this, again, is really prognosticating some type of UFO type of event. Everything was already staged for the next training that we were going to do. It was clear that SEAL-type teams would have to go through the facility and shoot a variety of people in order to complete their mission. Well, this was just what happened when the Secret Service shot the sniper that went after the president. 45. Okay? Very interesting. This strongly suggests a variety of these types of operations are about to happen as the main event gets underway, the mass arrests. So this is prophetic of what's going to happen after they try to escape in the balloon, which we saw that metaphor. They were practicing some type of breach of a compound they would end up performing somewhere else. I thought it was really cool they were doing that training in our facility. Stavati actually did have people training to fight inside buildings in our facility. I met the team while I was out there with Chris in New York. So I did go out one time and visit our hangar, and there was a military team, about 25 guys, and they were training inside the building for, indoor combat with guns, actually, and rescuing people. Very similar to what the Alliance is going to be doing for the arrests, ironically enough. Maybe that's related, I don't know. After we saw these weird dummies, the tour was nearly over, inflatable dummies like the balloon. We headed back out to the front where everyone came in. After the presentation I helped facilitate, there was a messy area of clutter left on the floor by the front door, and I ended up cleaning it up with the girls' help before we finally left at the end. I decided we should clean it up right then and not wait any longer. I had the girl help me. She wasn't totally into it, but she liked me and wanted to be supportive. I said, we really should take time to do this. We ended up having something that looked like the placemat you get after they fixed your car on the floor of the driver's seat. Okay, let's stop right here. Dirt is a demonic portal. So this is talking about cleaning up the mess so that we can drive the car again, so that he can become elected. The placemat for the car, it's what you get when they clean your car. So the whole problem is going to be cleaned up, and it's going to go into a direction that's good for everybody. We picked this up and used it to dump the dirt into a dustpan that I found. This was the placemat for a car that's been just fixed or was new. There were holes in the paper placemat, but we got it to work, similar to the holes in Trump's ear, actually. And after this point, I woke up. And again, the dirt represents a demonic infestation. So now I'm going to show you another picture from when I originally wrote this up in my journal. It says, I will hold off on analysis until I walk the girlie and get my bath started. This is clearly talking about the need to clean up the problem with the deep state, do the arrests. Some of it is going to involve strike team type work, which is directly portrayed here. Dirt is a conduit for the demonic. My work is important in cleaning it up. As of 10:14, I realized Michael's also asking me to incorporate Roswell. I have great slides on that. We can meditate how much they've done behind the scenes without our awareness. This also directly enforces the idea that the strike teams are about to infiltrate various facilities and take down certain bad guys. It's all very exciting when I add it up. I've been tired of waiting. It looks like the wait is just about over. This is why I'm doing an emergency broadcast in the first place. Okay. So this dream is very, very interesting and has all these prophetic elements. And you can see now that it definitely appears that we are working up to something very, very profound. That these arrests might be coming, and they might also still try the fake alien invasion. Well, in light of the fact that we're already 3 hours in, I think that at this point I have to cut to the latest Shadow of Ezra slides. So I'll use the next part of the material that I was going to go into for next week, so we don't go into like another 4.5 hours. I do think it's important that I cut ahead here. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that now because I've got some great stuff here. But actually, let's just do, I'm going to do just a little bit of it, and then we're going to cut ahead. Okay, I'm going to do just a little bit of it here. Actually, no. The main point was that she's going to tell us, and we'll go through all this next week, that one of the top head points, that the head of the cabal on the East Coast is Pittsburgh. And it turns out that the shooter comes from Pittsburgh, which is a very fascinating connection. So we're going to get into that later on. Boy, there's a lot of material here. There's no way I could have gotten through all this. Okay, so let's cut to this right here. As you know, I did the Michael Prophecies, which is this amazing set of material that was brought through in 1996. And even when the material first started, Michael was predicting the coming of the Alliance. So this is one of the greatest, this was the one that I remembered, the reading I remembered, that is so relevant to what's going on now. A coup over the military-industrial complex. And this was in 1999. And Joe Firmage at the time was a billionaire who was investing his money into UFOs, which is what I'm going to be doing when I get money. It said, this is Archangel Michael talking. Joe Firmage does have his buddies in high places as well. And again, I did this through remote viewing. In fact, one of the things that I did today, where is it exactly? Oh, yeah. So I decided to bring out, I was looking for some things in I had pictures of myself with the bandage on my ear. I wasn't able to find them, but this is the original tape recorder that I use. It's an Iowa. They don't make these anymore, but all of the Michael readings were recorded on this, so it has great sentimental value for me. It eventually died, but only after I got through all the readings in the Michael Prophecies. So, you open it up. It's got there's room for a cassette inside. And I would have this on my chest. The record button got broken, as you can see here. It used to be a button there. It's just a metal tab, so I'd have to push down on this, and then I'd start dictating into the tape recorder. So this is the actual recorder that I used to record all of these things that you're now reading. At the time, I had no idea that this was going to become so prophetic of what was going to happen to me later on in life, and that the Alliance would be this real thing. So anyway, Joe Firmage has his buddies in high places as well. And I am saying Michael is implying that he and his insiders have had direct contact with human ETs, buddies in high places. Here's the big one, folks. Once you start binding the loose bits and pieces together, you can see how all of this is leading towards something like a coup over the military-industrial complex and its stranglehold over this story regarding UFOs. That line was what reminded me that, you know, now all that stuff is coming true. Maybe I ought to go back and look at these old readings, and that was in September 2021. And then I started to read this, and that's how I unsealed, because I'd done thousands of pages of these readings back in the day, and then I just ignored it. I just went on with my life. I never read them again. But then I remembered, wait a minute, we are seeing something like a coup over the military-industrial complex. And now, as of today, they've really prognosticated, hey, you know, you're going to get UFO disclosure. There's going to be some type of fascinating disclosure that's going to come out of this. So this is brilliant. Brilliant prophetic information, which hasn't come true yet, but we can see it's going to. And then, this is another one from, what would that be? September 23rd, 1999. This system is predicated upon an existing foundation of beliefs whose core internal purpose is to free you of the opinions that surround your self-understanding. And so, even as this Marxist coup in the government is occurring in some way, now this was not happening in 99, but it is happening now, at least not visibly in 99, you can indeed know that the leftist agenda of those more liberal will help to continue to reduce the enslavement of the people. Now, what does this actually mean? They're trying to go for a Marxist coup on the left. That was predicted in 1999. We're only seeing it now. But by doing it, it's going to create a mass awakening, which actually reduces the enslavement of the people. So this is brilliant. Very interesting. The people are going to work towards an egalitarian balance and superposition of the moral concerns over those of the financial. You do need our help. Our chief financial backers indicate it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for those upon your planet to rectify these problems on their own, which is probably why we had extraterrestrial angelic assistance in making sure that Trump didn't get hit by the bullet. Extraterrestrials intervened in a very dramatic way to stop that from happening. That's what this is talking about, folks. I believe that's what it's talking about. And thus, you do need our help. This will only become clear in what you would term as the future, although many of you are starting to realize it now. The essential problem is you are not able to see that far ahead. The systems you have now built are creating extraordinary damage to your biosphere, which they will be fixing. This is to the point where you yourselves would become sterile or otherwise unviable for survival in a much shorter period of linear time than you could have ever imagined. These die-offs are already starting to happen now in Africa, precipitated by the AIDS virus, among others. So wait a minute. They're talking about a left-wing coup that's Marxist in nature, that creates a mass awakening, and that if they didn't intervene to stop this from happening, that we would become sterile, that there would be die-offs precipitated by various viruses. It's an astounding COVID prophecy, folks. And I just decided to bring out one of them because I'm like, you know what? If I don't start to put out some of this stuff, then nobody's going to believe how prophetic these books really are. Coup over the military-industrial complex, die-offs from viruses, they will make you sterile. That seems to be one of the things people have trouble with fertility if they've been inoculated. So this is my one little commercial for the book. I'm still offering, because we haven't gotten funded yet, 7 books for $70. Go to thedisclosure.com. Enter in the discount code REVELATION. You buy the books-only package. You get it for $70. So now we're going to skip ahead to the dream I had yesterday as the shooting was happening. I was sleeping, and this is what was coming in as it was happening. So this is the main page of what I wrote here. Okay, so I don't have it on that one. Let me go back then. So I wrote, major event, Trump shot in the right ear by a sniper in Pennsylvania. This is hard to even believe. I've been feeling all this pain in my neck and shoulders. I've been extremely depressed. I was even thinking about relapsing, using painkillers just to cut the pain. I had to sleep it off. I still don't feel at my best. The main pain area was on the bottom right of my skull in the back by the occipital area, which is exactly where he ended up getting hit by the projectile, in the ear right next to that part of the head right here. Amazing. I woke up to see EC Ezra Cohen on TG, which is, again, you know, the name of the special app, say Trump is safe, but I saw that before I knew what happened. And I'm like, what do you mean he's safe? What's wrong with him? Once I watched the video, I could barely believe my eyes. It's exactly what we had just been discussing on my shows, assassination attempt. It was a miracle shot, missing his head and potentially lethal damage by such a minute fraction, it's hard to believe anyone could have set it up that way. It had to be divine intervention, and Pennsylvania, of all places, the East Coast capital of the deep state. If I'd had more time, which I will next week, we're going to read from Savali, where she goes, I have 3 different places where she says Pittsburgh is the capital of the deep state on the East Coast. So that's coming next week, so make sure you tune in next week for that. Pittsburgh. Huh, I'd never heard of that. Well, yeah, it's Pittsburgh. I do have to wonder if they saw this event, the Alliance, in Looking Glass. They saw something involving Trump being shot and bloody, but they didn't know exactly when or how, only that he would survive, and again, it would lead to the takedown of the Dark Cabal, as these dreams are telling us. The wound is almost identical to what I received in junior high from the tent pole, only in my case it was in my left ear, not the right, and I can prove this in tomorrow's video just by showing the scar. This is very creepy. It's as if my whole life was built to lead up to this moment. And then I copied the link from Shadow of whatever on that app saying Trump is safe. Now I'm going to read you the dream. This is very interesting. I was walking with a woman who I seemed to have romantic involvement with. We were walking down what seemed to be indoors and outdoors. It was a corridor, but it had an open ceiling. It had some similarity to a hallway in a medical clinic, but it was also sun-exposed like a veranda. So there's the medical clinic, which Trump is going to have to get medical checkups because he was shot. So here we are in this weird medical clinic, which I'm dreaming about this right as this is happening in the real life. Right before it's happening, I'm having the dream, and then I woke up and it had literally just taken place. And then get a load of this. As I said in my Twitter post, I heard the Steve Winwood song, While You See a Chance, Take It, which is what the shooter did. He saw a chance to shoot, and he took it, and it led to a medical incident, and we're walking in a medical clinic, and then I'm singing the song, While You See a Chance, because it was playing over the loudspeakers. And if you go watch the video, by the way, for While You See a Chance, it's extremely creepy. Steve Winwood is playing on a keyboard, and the whole scene behind him is this pyramid, people dressed all in black, and they're climbing on the Illuminati pyramid, and they've got these lights, and they even have it up at the top, and they're like signaling with the lights. There's these 2 lines that come in from the sides that look like bullets. It's very weird and very prophetic. We got lots of donations coming in. Anita Constant donated $10. And then Gina Mindock said it was a stage assassination attempt. Think about it. Where was he located? He was on a stage. Ah, I hadn't thought about that. That's good. And then Q had said the shot heard around the world, awakening a week to remember. Yes, we have that slide as well. All right, so I want to get back to, because I got to get through this and not be much more than 4 hours, and I think we can make it. So medical clinic, While You See a Chance, and I was singing out the lyrics, and so the lyrics are prophetic, so I'm going to read you the whole song. Stand up in a clear blue morning until you see what can be, alone in a cold day dawning. Are you still free? Can you be? So again, Trump was standing up on a stage, giving a talk on a clear blue morning, and it was a cold day dawning because they tried to kill him. And then the question is, are you still free? Can you be? In other words, they're trying to take away our freedom. Oh, sorry, I didn't have it on the slide. So anyway, they're trying to take away our freedom. Stand up in a clear blue morning. Are you still free? Can you be? So these lyrics are prophetic to what was going on. Because that's why they picked the song. When some cold tomorrow finds you, that's what happened to him. It was a cold tomorrow. When some sad old dream reminds you, they dreamed of killing him, it didn't really work. How the endless road unwinds you. They wanted to unwind him, they wanted to kill him. While you see a chance, take it. They wanted to shoot him, right? Wow, this all really fits very nicely. Oops, I got some of the lyrics. Find romance, fake it, because it's all on you. And then the bridge, don't you know by now no one gives you anything? Don't you wonder how you keep on moving? One more day your way. I love this song. I was singing it out just like that, just belting it out. Don't you wonder how you keep on moving? Well, yeah, they tried to shoot him. So this all really fits very nicely. When there's no one left to leave you, even you don't quite believe you, that's when nothing can deceive you. While you see a chance, take it. Find romance, fake it, because it's all on you. I love this song. I was just slamming it out like that. It was just wonderful. I loved this. Stand up in a clear blue morning until you see what can be alone in a cold day dawning. Are you still free? Can you be? And that old gray wind is blowing. It's like, he was shooting through the wind. And there's nothing left worth knowing. And it's time you should be going. There's another prophecy of what they tried to do. While you see a chance, take it. Find romance, fake it, because it's all on you. And then, I just copied the whole song over. I didn't have time to edit it. Find romance, that's the end of the song. So I'm walking down the hall and singing this song, pretty much like I was just doing now. The woman who I'd been in love with before was now falling back in love with me. And this is, again, I believe, talking about people who had not been in love with Trump. And now it's like, you know what? This was amazing. He survived this. It's really, really dazzling. Do you guys like the singing? Okay, I didn't know David could sing, Rhea McDowell said. Great voice, David, War Angel. If you love it, you shouldn't kill it. Okay, well, a lot of people like the singing. Uh-oh, what did you do with your singing lesson money? Well done, David. What's up, fools? Ha, ha, ha. Hitting those notes. Is this a musical now? Nice pipes, says David. Humble pie. Your voice spooked my kittens. Great voice, David. Nancy Tyrone. Yes, David, we love your singing voice. I just belted it out with you. The neighbors started shouting, says Catherine Machete. Music Sanctuary says, great voice. Fuzzy Tiger Cat. Yes, we love your singing. Dab Brad. Awesome, David. Conspiratary said, love your songs. Freebird, love the singing. Everybody loved the singing. Keep singing. Mary Jane. I'm going, I'm showing, I'm glowing. We are all constantly growing as a being, as a tree. You know we could be as free as the birds you see. Just believe, says Turbo Chan. Ty Murray says, hey, David, I dreamed we all became translucent. Some didn't notice, some freaked out. I saw my hand and it was a clear light body prophecy from 2011. Well, anyway, yeah, so I'm glad you liked my singing. Of course, the trolls are going to say it's not very good, but it is good. I know that. I've been practicing quite a bit. I spent a lot of time playing guitar and singing. And again, I had a really fun time singing the song in this dream, but we got to keep going. There's so much to get through. So this woman was falling back in love with me, and this refers to people who had kind of gotten disenfranchised by Trump, and now they're very much back in the game. She had brown hair. I did not recognize her from this life. Somehow we felt like we knew each other, and it was very comfortable. At first, I was the only one singing, and the music was everywhere. Then we walked past a fruit tree with multiple live, fresh fruits hanging off of it. It looked like a jujube, but the fruits were about 3 inches wide. Jujubes are little tiny fruits. They're about this big, and they're kind of a maroon color like my shirt, and they look like big, huge raisins. And I had one of these trees at the place I had in Burbank, and I just discovered that they were really tasty. Kind of tastes like an apple and a date mixed together. So it kind of looked like jujube fruit, but they were 3 inches wide. So they're kind of like an apple Garden of Eden metaphor here. I picked one for her and one for myself. When I bit into it, the fruit was the most fantastic I've ever tasted. It was a combination between a perfect nectarine and a perfect mango. It had a pit in the middle, similar to a peach. I gave her a fruit that was perfect, and mine had a slight bruise on it. So, and my voice wasn't warmed up. There was one note I was a little bit flat on as a high pitch, but otherwise it was a good performance. So anyway, what is this? The Garden of Eden, the snake, the serpent in the garden, this is like the metaphor of Satan, the devil, Lucifer, and that's what they were trying to do. They bit the apple, they bit the temptation, they tried to kill him, they wanted to do something evil, but it didn't work. And so instead of it being a bad temptation in the dream, it's this amazing fruit. We bite into it. It's like loving. It's wonderful. It's like a mango and a nectarine. It was like the greatest fruit I'd ever tasted. I can still remember what it tasted like. It had perfect texture. There's no real fruit like that, but this was just wonderful. So again, they bit into the apple. They tried to do this, but it actually creates this beautiful spiritual food for us, creates a mass awakening. It's not evil. They tried to do something evil, but now it created a divine intervention, which they were not expecting. They don't believe in God, folks. They don't believe that there's going to be somebody that would stop these things from taking him down, but that's what we saw. So this is another really fascinating dream, and I had it immediately before the shooting occurred as I was asleep, and then I woke up, and it had literally just happened like 1 minute ago by the time I woke up. Really, really weird. As we both bit into these fruits, a man walked out in a blue hospital outfit like a nurse. And again, this is talking about how the assassination attempt would lead to him needing medical treatment. Okay? He had black hair and a trimmed black beard. He seemed to be welcoming us into a cafeteria room of some kind. And again, the cafeteria is about the idea that this creates spiritual food for everyone, which is a good thing. It's a massive spiritual awakening. Food in dreams represents spiritual food, like Jesus' loaves and fishes. As we walked into the room, the song changed, and the woman now knew all the lyrics. So it was still supposedly While You See a Chance, but then some of it blended with this Henry Rollins song, Liar, actually. You'll see that. It was somewhat like Liar by Henry Rollins, but it was more musical and lyrical. Still very much had the same Steve Winwood feel, but it was like a new bridge section that had different chords, and the melody was different, and new lyrics that were similar to Liar. It still sounded like While You See a Chance, though. And I found it beautiful that she knew the whole song and could sing it. I didn't know these lyrics. I'd never heard this part of the song before. And I was so highly inspired in this moment, and then I accidentally wrote twins, whatever that means. It was pure magic. So then, this was the last article that I read before going to sleep, where they mentioned the song Liar by Henry Rollins. This was on Zero Hedge, where they were busted in another huge lie, the White House Press Association. You scroll to the bottom of this article, I got the link there, and they link to the video for the song Liar by Henry Rollins. And it said above it, live view of the corporate media. Well, this was the song that she started singing. There were lyrics that were similar to what he's got in his song. And this is a really amazing guideline about what psychopaths are and how to resist them. And again, we're going to probably get this in with 4 hours, because right after this is when I start reading the Ezra posts. So we're going to read these lyrics now, because they kind of got adapted into the Steve Winwood song, When You See a Chance. This song actually is almost a rap. Most of it he's just talking, and then even in the chorus, I am a liar! He's not even really singing, he's just screaming. But it's very intense, and it's got a really good teaching in it about psychopaths. So he says, you think you're going to live your life alone, in darkness and seclusion. And what I think they're going on here, why this was brought into my dream, is this is the deep state. This is the way they think. This is the way they try to taunt you, and they try to lie to you all the time and lure you in with little candies that tell you, oh, we're giving you what you want. We're doing a revolution for you. We're on your side. We're your family. No, that's not true, man. So anyway, this is very interesting as a statement about what they're really doing with the media and how much they lie. You think you're going to live your life alone in darkness and seclusion. Yeah, I know you've been out there. You've tried to mix with those animals, and it just left you full of humiliated confusion. So you stagger back home and wait for nothing. But the solitary refinement of your room spits you back out onto the street. And now you're desperate and you're in need of human contact. That's what they like to do. They want to find you desperate. And then you meet me and your whole world changes. Oops, I had a typo there. Because everything I say is everything you've ever wanted to hear. So you drop all your defenses and you drop all your fears and you trust me completely. I'm perfect in every way. That's the way they want to present themselves. So you'll vote for them. I make you feel so strong and so powerful inside. You feel so lucky. But your ego is obscuring reality, and you never bother to wonder why things are going so well. You want to know why? And now he starts screaming. Because I'm a liar. Yeah, I'm a liar. I will tear your mind out, and I will burn your soul. I'll turn you into me. I'll turn you into me. Because I'm a liar, a liar. A liar, a liar. I should probably make this animation faster for this part. Hindsight is 20/20. I'll hide behind a smile and understanding eyes. And I'll tell you things you already know. So you can say, I really identify with you so much. And all the time that you're needing me is just the time that I'm bleeding you. Don't you get it yet? Well, what did they just do? They bled Trump. He got shot, right? So that was prophetic, because the dream had this song in it before I knew what was going to happen to him. And again, when you see a chance, take it. The chance to bleed him. So this was another prophetic dream. I'll come to you like an affliction, and I'll leave you like an addiction. You'll never forget me. You want to know why? Because I'm a liar, I'm a liar. Let's cut ahead through that, because he already said that part. All right. Now we'll go ahead to this so we can just skip a little bit and get a little farther along. I don't know why I feel the need to lie and cause you so much pain. Maybe it's something inside. Maybe it's something I can't explain. Because all I do is mess you up and lie to you. I'm a liar. Oh, I'm a liar. It's a little bit too slow. That's okay. If you'll give me one more chance, I swear that I will never lie to you again. Because now I see the destructive power of a lie. The destructive power of the shooting, right? They're stronger than truth. I can't believe I ever hurt you. They just tried to shoot Trump. They did shoot him. I swear I will never lie to you again, please. That's the bargaining they're trying to do with us right now. Oh, sucker. I am a liar. Yeah, I'm a liar. Yeah, I like it. I feel good. And I skipped ahead a little bit from here. I'll lie to you again and again, and I will keep lying. I promise. Okay, so now we only have 40 minutes to get through the latest Shadow of Ezra posts, but we'll do our best, and it might even go a little bit over 4 hours, but I did give you the halfway point of the 2-hour mark. So everything's going really well here. I had to skip ahead, but that's okay. It's good to have more slides than not enough slides. So again, what do I think this is? I think these are the posts that are coming from the Alliance to show us what they're doing, that they're getting ready to do these arrests. And one of the things they keep doing is they tell you things on Twitter, but then they have videos that have a certain number of seconds in length. You count up the seconds, and then that goes back to the original posts, which came out in 2017, that have to do, again, with the 17th letter of the alphabet, and were widely derided by the media at the time, but there was 5,000 of them going from October 2017 to sometime in 2021. Actually, I think there was one in 2022, but most of them were done by 2021. And so the first 100 posts were really intense because they're talking about coming mass arrests. We've done this before, and so we're going to see that they do this code once again. So here's the first one they wrote. Archbishop Vigano alleges there is a plan to destroy the church. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, excommunicated from the church by the order of the Pope, issued a grave warning alleging that the Pope is an enthusiastic collaborator in this great thing they want to do. He claims the goal is to dismantle the church and replace it with an organization inspired by certain principles. He further contends there is a sinister conspiracy between the DS and the deep church, and reminds us the Pope is a Jesuit. 3.1 million views. 144, I didn't really find anything on that one. Then this is another one I had last week. Jordan Peterson takes a visit to Gaslight Village. The Daily Wire's Jordan Peterson insists that these rings are the result of delusions from schizophrenic mothers and confused children. There's no truth behind it. However, recent FBI revelations show the existence of these rings in the U.S., like the Finders Files. The company allegedly tried to stop these investigations into this cult. Also, his friend Steven Pinker flew on a certain private jet and worked with Allen in 2007 to defend this person from charges of trafficking. So yeah, he's out there pitching for him and saying, oh, no, it's all fake. It's all fake. Then we see that in Alberta, the unexplained deaths rose by 3,328%. No surprise there. These doctors in Canada reveal a horrifying truth about unexplained rise in children's deaths since 2021. They didn't increase by 350%. It actually rose by 3,328%. This is according to the Alberta Health Services. That's a very sobering statistic, and you probably know what that's about. It's got side effects, yeah, and they're pretty freaking bad. It's looking like it's a criminal thing now. 250,000 views. 52 seconds on that video leads to post number 52. And we can read this one if you want. I don't really have a lot of time, so we're going to kind of blow through this stuff. But, review BO's financial disclosure when he submitted before the election campaign. What is the annual salary of a U.S. president? What home did he just purchase? How much did it cost? How does this reconcile? They talk about Pelosi, John M., and having surgery, which is, again, prophetic of what was going to happen later in the week. What does swamp refer to? What does this money buy? You can see the answer. And good old Uncle Klaus says we must be forced into the fourth revolution. Oh, my God. Haven't we had enough of this guy? The founder, Klaus, told delegates at a conference in China that we need to be forced into a collaboration with entities who think like he does. He stated in order to drive the fourth industrial revolution forward, they must aggressively drive their agenda. Schwab is the architect of this great thing they're trying to do. In recent years, he said he sees a transition into a new age where we will fuse the physical, digital, and biological dimensions. Well, that's in a new world, right? So that's humanism and transhumanism. We got to be forced into doing it, he says. This had 1.4 million views. 1 minute 35 is 95 seconds, which gives us post 95. What happened in SA will happen here, Asia, and EU. This was, again, an attempted shooting. You know, this was the attempted assassination of MBS, and then he rose up against that coup. That happened in Vegas, okay? There was a Vegas shooting, as you know. So that's what they're talking about. And then they've talked about how he rose up against the people who did that. And so this is very interesting. It will happen here. That seems oddly prophetic now. Keep digging and keep organizing the info. And then, you know, you can read the rest. And then this woman says that Europe wants to transform away from white societies. She's the founding director of a European Institute in Sweden, says they have not learned to be multicultural, and that a certain group of people will be at the center of their transformation in Europe away from white societies. Without having a leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive. So this would be the Z influence, as we've talked about before. That element is there. Here's the picture of that, and we have 36 seconds on this one, leading to post 36. If Trump failed and we failed and HRC assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. Dig deeper, you're missing critical points. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. So there you go. There's no other way than to use the military. That's something they just signaled this past week. Expect the unexpected. It's not going to be a typical November, folks. That's the point. And they talked about the 13 families and what they do for strategic planning here. The individual in this video exposes an alarming truth about the current situation in France. They strategically place people in power to provoke and manipulate us into fighting one another. We've had donations come in here. Just by the way, Robert Sutton is one of them. From Australia, mate, keep up the good work. David V, thank you for your work and your effort. Love your shows. Best wishes. Thank you guys for donating. I got to keep moving or we're never going to get through all this content. So anyway, let's get back to that slide. They strategically place people in power to provoke us into fighting each other. Well, that just happened again, the attempted assassination. 13 families insidiously funding both sides of every war, whether it's civil or a conflict between nations. Macron, a former banker, is part of this scheme. His opposition, Marine, has openly declared that her party is a Z party, affirming that her front has always supported this creation. The Roth masterminded the establishment of this modern state. They both serve the same masters. Do not be deceived by the clash of civilizations they're deliberately orchestrating among us. And here he is, and then we got 47 seconds, which I guess I read that one. It didn't seem convincing enough, so I didn't include it. Then we have O interfering in the French election by making comments to try to sway it in the direction of who they wanted. He represents one wing of the same bird, interfering in 2017's France election by advocating that they vote for Macron, former banker. This came after he had previously ordered the company to steal their plans. All major French parties were targeted for infiltration by the Humint and Sigint spies, human and electronic, in the 7 months leading up to 2012. And then they give the names of the organizations. You can count on him interfering in November in the U.S. We had 234,000 views, 30 seconds, which I guess I didn't get that one either. Sorry about that. I didn't think it was as relevant. Then we have U.S. veteran Gage, who was swatted 4 times and has been relentlessly harassed. That sounds very similar. It says here he was suspended for 6 months, accused of inciting violence. I have to say I wasn't really that thrilled about what he wrote. I mean, the comments were not great. But again, the degree of severity of what happened to him for writing these crazy things is very, very high. And I think that's the point here. He received a visit from DHS for speaking out on X. And just this week, he was swatted 4 times at his house and has been the victim of relentless harassment to put his wife and kids in danger. And he got suspended for 3 months earlier this year. So again, the metaphor is you don't want to talk about these things. And he went over the top, in my opinion. He said some things he really shouldn't have. But swatting 4 times and all this stuff, that just shows how big of a kickback you're going to get, You know, here they are arresting him, handcuffing him, all this stuff. It's pretty crazy. We got more donations coming in here. Oops, I gotta reset that. Okay. Still at 5,100 people. So here's the next one, which I already read to you before, the warning about day 0. We already read this whole thing. They're predicting an energy shortage crisis for DHS, water woes, detailing how water could become scarce. Day 0 is how to best ration electricity and power in a massive power outage. The exercise holds a striking resemblance to the controversial Event 201 event that they held at Johns Hopkins. So again, this is them trying to telegraph that they might end up doing something like this, and we do all need to be very vigilant about that. The next one is the Roths investing in weather control. They announced they'd be acquiring a 70% interest in Weather Central LP. This happens to provide weather forecast services and graphics to local televisions and programs. As weather becomes, quote, more extreme around the planet with greater human and financial ramifications, we believe Weather Central will play a major role in mitigating damage, improving lives. This is important to us. We are proud of our new partnership, says Sir Evelyn. Well, this is all about the fact that they are obsessed with the weather and they want to control it. And we just saw this hurricane hit Texas out of nowhere and knock everybody's power out. Very sad thing. Then they are talking about the possibility that China could go bankrupt pretty soon. This was back in January. A lot of people got weirded out by that. But they're definitely telling us this now for a reason. Protesters swarmed outside the Jiangxi Bank of China following its bankruptcy in January, and investors were heard in the chaos shouting, "Return my money." 436,000 views and 43 seconds, leading us to post number 43. Oh, look at this. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. This is when they do the arrests. It's probably going to be well before November. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within the federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. I guess on the emergency messaging system, phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to 911. Any military you see is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. So that's talking about a bank collapse in China, and then they linked it to this, so the financial collapse may still happen. That may be part of the end game. There could be some sudden domino effect thing that leads to these arrests taking place. Emergency messaging system. And they said, watch for confirmations tomorrow. I made a special X post just on this. And sure enough, the next day is when this hurricane thing started to hit Texas. So I think that's part of it because they were just talking about weather engineering. The very next post they made was again about this concept of engineering the weather. Kristen Megan, a former environmental specialist for the U.S. Army, became a whistleblower about geoengineering. She reveals the company she worked for was injecting hazardous materials into the atmosphere under the guise of battling climate change. When she started asking questions, she was swiftly demonized. It's getting into our food, it's getting into the soil, she warns. 300,000 views. That one's long, so 424, I didn't bother to look that one up. Then we have good old Vlad, warning of rigging once again. You know, you can see where this is going. Speaker Mike is now sounding the alarm about 2024 not being fair. He warned that JB has allowed over 9 million of these people into the country, and they could be potentially permitted to vote. Combined with mail-in voting, this would virtually ensure a Democratic president. Here's what Vlad had to say in 2020. They bought these things for $10, filled them in without any supervision from observers. They threw them into mailboxes. In 2020, the establishment and the left advocated for universal mail-ins due to this problem, raising the number of those things from 28.8 million in 2016 to 66.4 million in 2020. Wouldn't you believe that? Yep, absolutely. Universal, banned in most developed countries, fundamentally altered 2020's outcome. And then we see that this video happens to be 75 seconds long, which is 60, it's 1 hour and 15, or 1 minute and 15 seconds. So that leads to post 75, one that they haven't given us before. The strongest weapon in the United States is a patriotic American. It says, by the time he returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. The bloody wonderland. What did they know? Returning from the trip, bloody wonderland. Again, this suggests they might have seen something bloody coming in the time machine. Why did they link to this? Why did JK travel to SA recently? Jared Kushner, I guess that would be. What is SA Saudi known for? Where do the biggest donations originate from? Why is this relevant? What else is relevant there? Safe harbor, port of transfer. Why was there a smear campaign against these two? And why is the timing important? Well, Bloody Wonderland smear campaign. Again, this is starting to look prophetic. This is another one. I was reading this. I was watching this video, and then they brought it out. Did B blackmail O? That could actually absolutely be. So it says, former stenographer Mike McCormick has raised alarming allegations that Joe used threats to expose B's alleged private lifestyle as a form of blackmail against him. Isn't that interesting? And that definitely could be. I mean, why did he end up getting the VP nomination? Or why did he end up becoming president later on as well? I mean, these are all really interesting questions. You know, what's going on here? 35-second video leads to post number 35. And it says, this is a classic one we've read many, many times. It says, POTUS will be well insulated and protected on AF1 and abroad while these operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment. This again suggests mass arrests, and they were just talking about JB. It is time to take back our country, make America great again. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this reaches enough to make a meaningful impact. Well, we got 5,151 watching right now, 5151. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal means for reasons I'm sure everybody can understand. Remain calm. The primary targets are within D.C. and remain at the top on both sides. Just the top, okay? Spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Look for more FFs. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. We have the Bible quote, love is patient, love is kind, eternal life. Then we have the next one, 3 million without power in Texas due to the hurricane. This was, watch for confirmation the next day. Here it is. Watch this 7-day satellite study of Hurricane Beryl, which plummets from a devastating Cat 5 to tropical storm, and then weirdly surges back into a hurricane just before it hits the ground, so it can cause maximum power outages. Nearly 3 million people are left without power, and it may last several days. And they said, watch for confirmations tomorrow, and I actually posted about this, and then boom, this happened the very next day. It's crazy. There you go. 3 million views. And we've got 37 seconds on the video, post 37. They are the true patriots we will never forget. Let these coming days, and look at what just happened yesterday, be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from the evil bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight, let justice be served. Then we have posts on TG about the Fed and Kennedy Silver during the same window of July 8th and 9th. So what we see up at the top is the image of the Federal Reserve with a wall around it. Now, why in the world is that happening? Well, we don't really know, right? I mean, nobody really talks about this, but yeah, there it is. Well, if these executive orders that were passed after 2016, like 13848, have done something, then maybe it's all been shut down with these legal proceedings that we don't even get to know about yet, but they're absolutely real. I mean, this is undeniable. You can't change the fact that there it is. There's a wall around it, and then what they immediately show, something I had just talked about a couple days ago on my show, which is again them signaling to me and to you that they're listening to me, where I talked about Executive Order 11110, where Kennedy halted the sale of silver from the Treasury. They were selling it all off. They wanted to get rid of all the silver and instead no longer have silver coins like what you see here. Well, this is 1964 silver $50. So he stopped the Treasury from selling all that off because he wanted to create silver certificates, silver money that's backed by silver, printed not by the Fed but by the U.S. Treasury. Wow. So this, they show a wall around the Federal Reserve, and then they have the silver dollars, silver $50, suggesting that we are going to be going back to a silver-backed currency. So this was very exciting because, again, it suggests that something is going to be happening in the near-term future and that we should all be really excited about that. Then, on July 9th, Trump himself warned of an imminent attack. Whoa! And he was the one that ended up suffering the attack. Isn't that crazy? In a chilling interview with Sean Hannity, he once again sounded the alarm about an attack set to occur within the United States He said with absolute certainty, quote, "It is 100% certain that we're going to have an attack." And he's now issued multiple urgent warnings about an impending attack. And it happened to him just a couple, 3-4 days later. Wow. Wow. How did he know? Maybe he didn't, but they saw something coming in the timeline on their machine there. 860,000 views, and we got 19 seconds, leading us to post number 19. And this is one we've read many, many times before. Why do the D's want to control the black population, keeping them poor and in need, projecting racism on a daily basis? Why do they do this crazy talk? And blah, blah, blah. It goes down. Follow the money. Maxine has a $4 million home, cash assets in excess of $6 million. How is that possible? All these questions help to paint the full picture. So we've read this one several times before. They've linked to it in previous weeks. And it's again thematic with other numbers of seconds in other videos. And sometimes the videos just drop off when somebody's in the middle of a sentence. So they're actually more interested in getting the number of seconds right than they are in clipping it at the beginning and ending of when people are talking. So we're going to learn that these people unfairly enrich themselves. Where did they get all these millions of dollars from? They're not getting it from their government job. It's coming in on the take. It's coming in under the table. So we're going to learn about all this. Once again, they have another post about how you can get banned if you make certain types of allegations. Elon determined that the U.S. veteran Gage will remain suspended for 6 months based on his tweet, which was interpreted as a call for violence. Yeah, it's not a good tweet. I don't like it either. But 6 months is a long time. The date was not shared, and he accused him of repeatedly calling for this, which is illegal. No evidence has been presented regarding his accusations. Well, the tweet's pretty rough. He's a U.S. veteran, and we just said he got swatted 4 times. He's not going to be allowed to have a voice during the election. It was also reported today that on Meta, they've introduced a new hate speech policy. If you target the Z's, you'll have this certain classification of Tier 1 hate speech, and whoops, the following accusations can get you banned, claiming they run the world, the media, or anything they determine is harmful. Do you think the timing of this is a coincidence, and do you agree with it? Well, you know, they're really in trouble, and they're doing everything they can do. There's different factions. This is one of the factions, and they're the one that's the most powerful right now and still fighting the hardest. So, you know, it's a sad thing, and let's just hope we can get this all cleaned up pretty soon. I do believe the Alliance is working very diligently to bring an end to violence around the world. And we're at the final stages of that now. Then we had Mel defending the Archbishop. Says it right here. He wrote an open letter in support of the Archbishop after Pope Francis excommunicated him. The Archbishop did not attend his Vatican Schism trial, and in a powerful statement indicting the Vatican, Pope Francis, he said that he is not in schism with the Church. Instead, he said that the Pope is guilty of heresy and requested that he be removed from the throne. In his letter of support, Mel said this is a badge of honor to be shunned and excommunicated by something that is false. He goes on to say it's a grave injustice what is happening and the false Pope has no power. He says, quote, "I have all respect for the way you defend Christ and his church. I agree with you 100% that the post-conciliar church is a counterfeit church." There you go. Another very sad thing happened on July the 9th. 1.8 million chickens killed over allegedly catching the flu. After the flu was found at an egg-laying farm in Weld County, Colorado. This is considered a major outbreak on a commercial farm, adding to over 6 million birds that have already been killed because of this. Governor Jared Polis verbally declared a disaster for the facility. This accelerates or activates the state's emergency operations plan and makes additional resources available to respond to the outbreak. It's very sad. This mass culling, which they described as depopulation, imagine that, wink, wink, is the second largest in the commercial flock since it was first detected in Colorado in early 2002. It's a crazy burnt offering, a mass burnt offering, once again, a mass sacrifice. They like to do this stuff. 500,000 views, 24-second long video leading us to post 24. This is obviously talking about Joe. Any person making statements that he or she will not be seeking re-election was put into submission. That's what's getting ready to happen. Everybody's cut the cords on him. Cord-cutting meditation, right? For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, but all will do as they are told. That's because the military is very powerful. What they're doing is very, very serious. You don't want to mess with this. You will see more of this occur, not normal and yet disregarded, even on the D side. Then we have the MSM again trying to link Trump to other nefarious characters who we know well. The radical left is desperately trying to make this link, even making digitally altered images, hoping people will get sucked in by this. Here is the truth about the two individuals from official court records. Question, did you ever see him at this house? She says, not that I can remember. On the island? No, not that I can remember that either. So in your mind, do you believe that Don was a witness to this abuse? She says, nope, I don't think he ever participated in anything. 219,000 views. Imagine that. And then we're up to July 9th now. They lose track of 150,000 children. Where did they go? In an alarming speech tonight in Florida, Trump accused the administration of losing track of over 150,000, and many of them have gone through horrible things. Nobody knows where they are. Many are not with us any longer, he declared as a dire warning. 730,000 views, and I guess I didn't check for the 28. I guess I did. It didn't seem like it was. Maybe I just overlooked it. Anyway, I can't get them all. I barely got this done in time to go on the air. Barron was the first son to live in the White House since JFK. That's what it says here. Received a standing ovation tonight at the rally in Florida. He was the first son to live in the White House since 1963 with JFK. And we got 250,000 views on that one. Then the next one says, Ask B where the children are. And this was interesting because I tried to load this and it wouldn't load. The actual graphic would not load. I had to go to another internet provider. So somebody did not want me to see this. That was really weird. Then we have a bird flu summit on the 10th. The trouble could start in 2 weeks. This woman is talking about something she saw about this summit that's going to take place on bird flu in Washington in October. And if you study it, they're preparing for management strategies to discuss the following. They want to control social unrest, public disorder, how to manage civil unrest, hospital emergency measures, and creating isolation measures in correctional facilities, quarantine. That's what they really want to do, folks. They want to create another one of these horrible outbreaks, and they want to lock everybody up. And she says nobody's paying attention to this. Well, thankfully, the Alliance pointed it out. So then it says, the most dire statement she makes is that everything could start in 2 weeks. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everything could start in 2 weeks. Well, this was on July the 9th, so that's like, still now it's like 1 week almost, a week and a half away. So they could be ready to do something. You got to really be vigilant. They're telling us this is a warning from the Alliance. Get ready. Something could happen. And then look at what happened just a few days later. Like 4 days later is when Trump was shot. So they are desperate. They're going to try everything they can. They're going to pull out all the stops, and they're doing it now. And here's another example of escalation they're trying to do. Sending F-16s over to the UK. Isn't that something? They officially announced, NATO did, the transfer of these things to the UK to be used to attack this particular country. And Uncle Vlad previously stated these will be legitimate targets no matter where they are. They can be equipped with certain types of very intense weapons that nobody wants to see, and they treat this, therefore, as a nuclear threat. Both the U.S. and the United Kingdom governments have granted them permission to do this, to attack using these things. So he has stated before he has no desire to attack NATO. Quote, the idea that we will attack some other country, Poland, the Baltic states, the Czechs are also scared, that is complete nonsense. It's just drivel. And I think he's telling the truth. That's why they're showing you this, because they want you to hear the story that's not got the media varnish on it. So then we have a 30-second video, which leads us to post number 30. This is another pretty shocking one we've talked about before. Would you believe a device was placed in the White House that could actually cause harm to someone in the room, like an energy weapon, and could be undetected? Is this a fantasy? Once he was elected, you can't possibly imagine the steps they took before they lost power to try to ensure their future safety and control, including apparently an assassination weapon. Why was it reported that he dropped his Secret Service detail? Why would he take that huge risk given what we now know? And again, they talked about dropping the detail just before this event took place with the shooting. I can hint and point, but I can't give too many highly classified data points. Keywords and questions are framed to reduce sniffer programs. Same thing I'm doing. You got to make sure what you say. Then we have Z openly calling for assassination on television 3 days before an attempt was made. Now, in this case, they're talking about Vlad, but it goes both ways. This is what he said 3 days before the attempt was made. Imagine that, right? What a coincidence. Yeah, there's no way to link these two things together, the shooting and what he just said 3 days. It's got to be a coincidence, right? Of course. Nothing else. He openly declares his desire to create this event when he was questioned about it at the NATO summit. All of them, all of us, we want it very much. Is this how you seek peace? Well, yeah, apparently that's what he wants to do. Let's just get the kill done. That's what we need. And so 54 seconds leads to post 54. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in the future. So again, it ended up that 45 was not harmed. And it was some kind of divine intervention. It looks weird. Like, did they know that this was going to happen? Did they see it on the time machine? Maybe. I don't know. It's very interesting. Then we have one on the 10th about trafficking again. They have been releasing certain people into forced labor and for this type of purpose. Whistleblower Deborah testified in front of Congress that billions of taxpayer dollars are used by U.S. contractors to do these horrible crimes at the southern border. With taxpayer dollars and government officials are complicit. The specific problem has gone back as far as 2016. And in 2016, the WP had to admit that the administration placed these people in these horrible situations. They failed to protect thousands of Central American children who were crossing and were left vulnerable and could be abused at the hands of certain caretakers. They were trafficked from Guatemala and sent to an Ohio egg farm under slave-like conditions. Well, you could get burned in a farm too, right? Do you now understand why the administration has the same exact policies that do this with these people? So, yeah, that's really sad. All this stuff is going to come out, folks. You're going to learn about all these things. It's all going to go public. Let's see how much time I've got. Still got 15 minutes. I'm doing really well. I think we can keep it to just around 4 hours. Ellen then said she's quitting Hollywood for good. We still got 5,200 people watching, by the way. It's incredible. Thank you guys for being here. She's retiring after abruptly canceling a number of her stand-up tour dates last week. Maybe she was getting heckled. That's entirely possible. Now she says she's quitting Hollywood for good. This is the last time you are going to see me. Whoops. That's the bottom half of the show. Some pretty disturbing stuff there. And it had 1.1 million views. People are really paying attention to these posts. Then you have Trump blowing the whistle with Dr. Phil in an interview. Last night he made a shocking claim that the new folks have lost track of over 150,000, and many of them went through horrible, horrible problems that could lead to their death. Just about a month ago, in an interview with Dr. Phil, he stated that 88,000 were missing in just under 4 weeks. In 1 month, the number has increased by 62,000. How is this not considered a national emergency? Well, yeah, it absolutely should be. This is freaking crazy. 62,000 in 1 month? What in the heck is going on? Well, they're scared, and they're probably storing them in underground facilities for later use. That's just the way it works, folks. It's ugly, but we got to just kind of laugh and get through it the best we can. Try not to be too morbid. 315,000 views, and we got 39 seconds. That's another classic one. Would it blow your mind if I told you that BO had been to NK and might even be there now? And then we're talking about why did they do nothing to slow these missile capabilities? Who feeds them with strategic intel? What deal was done with Iran? Why was it sealed top secret? Why wasn't Congress notified? Why, after he left office, do they suddenly have these weapons and the tech to miniaturize them for payload delivery within the U.S.? What about all these agencies claiming that the tech won't be in place for 5+ years? Why is this all relevant? What does it tell you? The big picture is rare. Well, does it mean they're going to try to do a payload delivery in the U.S.? That could be one of the things they try. I hope it doesn't happen, but I hope nobody was going to shoot him either, and then somebody did. And I had a dream about a missile exchange, as we've talked about before, and that after this took place, there was a big awakening. So I really hope this doesn't have to happen, but this just shows you they're trying everything they can think of. They're pulling out all the stops. Then the Archbishop proposes a new alliance. It says he's called for the creation of this alliance under the cross of Jesus Christ, the only King and Savior, to fight against the establishment of the New World. Will you join him? Absolutely. That's why I'm doing this. We're doing it right now. 128,000 views. Then we had a statue with evil elements that was beheaded in Texas. This is very interesting. People are fighting back. They're getting more and more angry. The statue was beheaded at the University of Houston. It's called Witness, which is actually an interesting thing in black magic. If you want to do voodoo on somebody, you have to get something that they held in their hands, and that's called a witness. So that message, that name has a very important meaning in black magic. Features an 18-foot-tall woman with thick gold braids resembling ram's horns, like the devil, arms and legs that look like roots, as if it's a projection of some type of demonic entity, right? Look at that. Really weird. Ugly. Why would anybody want to make this statue? It's so grotesque. The woman is wearing a hooped skirt with mosaic details and a collar interpreted as an homage to the distinctive lace judicial collars worn by the late U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The statue promotes certain practices, and some people are now calling for the beheading to be investigated as a hate crime. Yeah, they really don't like it if you behead their altars, right? But they're trying to smash all the other ones and replace them with stuff like this. What a masterpiece, huh? What an artistic masterpiece. No, this is crazy. Somebody didn't like looking at that. They got mad and they tried to take action, and they sure did. 830,000 views. Then we have this former farmer warning about American agriculture being attacked. She said this administration's agenda is control. Whether it's the food and the people, they're doing everything. They're trying to kill off farmers, regulate our land, take our land and our water rights, like what's happening in Idaho right now. Very sad. It's time to wake up and start supporting your local farmers and buy local. And then we have a 57-second video leading to post 57. And again, they're talking about undisclosed trips to Saudi. McCain and others roundly criticized Representative Michelle Bachmann when she and four members of the House Permanent Select Committee. Anyway, they were warning about the Muslim infiltration of the U.S. government. Why is this relevant? That's what they're saying is happening again now, and we just saw this assassination attempt take place, so no surprises. Then we see the ramping up of more bird flu attacks by certain organizations. They issued an urgent warning revealing that their ability to manage the risks to humans from the bird flu virus is being dangerously compromised by, they just don't have enough surveillance. They reported a fourth human case of avian influenza in the U.S. last week, linked to exposure to infected dairy cows. Well, Cambodia reported 2 cases in children having contact with sick or near dead chickens. They are urgently calling on all countries to ramp up influenza surveillance. And reporting in both animals and humans. They really want to just, as they said, depopulate the animals. And share genetic sequence samples immediately. This emphasizes a critical need for increased protection for farm workers who might be exposed to infected animals and intensifying research on this threat. They want more power, as you can see right here. Then, actually, Jerome Powell said, if you want to have economic stability, you need to eliminate the Federal Reserve. Isn't that something? He actually said this. You can watch the video yourself. 9 seconds leads to post number 9. And then this is all, again, very thematically relevant. Projection. They can't lose control over the black population. At some point, which is happening now, the Great Awakening will recur, where false local national leaders are corrupt and paid off, and people will see that, to help keep them poor and in need. They formed Confederate states against freeing the slaves. They formed this Triple K. Who's HRC's mentor? We know that answer. What happens if the truth about Haiti comes out? Do they lose the majority of the vote? Through the looking glass. That's a direct reference again to their time technology, and it shows that they're using that to see into the future, I believe, because it's called looking glass. That's very interesting they put that in there. They rely on the media to keep the narrative going, but tech is entrenching on their controls. They're desperately attempting to censor now, and they have new cash infusions, but this will fail. And so they're sure trying. Then this is why I'm never going back to California. They're imposing permanent water restrictions. For the first time ever, after 20,000 cubic feet per second flowed into the ocean last year because they just don't have enough storage. Now they're going to do rationing and low-flow device mandates to reduce your water intake by 30% regardless of the conditions, even if there's tons of water there. And if you don't comply as a supplier, you could face $10,000 a day fines. Now, this is actually a pain point for me. When I lived in Topanga before I moved to Burbank, we were in one of those areas that they were gouging us for. We had one water bill that was $3,000. We had another water bill that was $5,100. A water bill that high is just staggering. You're like, what? You're going to cut off my water if I don't give you $5,000? And all that happened was that we had a leak in the yard, and it cost us $5,000. It's freaking crazy. And they don't even have a shortage. So now they're saying, no, it's not going to be $5,000, it's going to be $10,000. So yeah, I'm not going to be moving back to California. If I want to go somewhere warm, I'm probably going back to Arizona, but not California. Arizona's politics are much, much better. We have a 10-second video leading to post number 10, which we've seen many times before. This is, I took a picture of it way back when this other website was still there. And again, they're talking about Haiti, kids disappearing, money sent to this foundation under the disguise of relief, what countries donated big money to this foundation and why. And then what did he do with the cash just prior to leaving office? Did he repay the people who donated him for their favors and access? Good people were forced into bed with this evil by personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself, helping to cover up these evil, despicable acts if given a safe way out? This is something we're about to learn, folks. These people worship the devil, and some openly show it. It's unbelievable, but it's true. Here's another strange one where the guy who's there now said he would be dead and gone by 2020. He already predicted his own future. Here he is in 1991 saying he'll be dead and gone by the year 2020. Imagine that. Very interesting. And it's 45 seconds long, the video is, leading us to post number 45. We've seen this one a bunch of times. Follow Huma. What did she do regarding classified markings? Why is this coming out? Who is running for cover? Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend? Well, interestingly enough, this weekend involved this attack on Trump. And Tarotina just gave me a nice compliment. She said, David, you are the smartest sweetheart of the world, and we love you. Well, thank you very much. We're getting through the end of these posts. We have another donation from Catherine Elliott. Thank you, David, for the great information. Angels are with you. I know a lot of you guys have to, crash and fall asleep because it's so late where you are. We are coming up on the 4-hour mark. Oh, look, it just went back up to 5,251. So I shouldn't even look at the viewer count because it goes up and down, up and down. Everybody's here. You've all hung with me. Thank you for hanging in there. We're just about at the 4-hour mark, and we're almost done with the slides. We got a few more days to go through. It'll probably take another 10 minutes or so. All right, let's keep going. So then they say that Michelle has this hatred, and, that's an opinion they don't really provide proof for, but that's what they say right here. No one has a deeper hatred for America and Christianity than this person. And again, no proof, but they might have some proof that's going to come out. That's probably where this is going. 70,000 views. Then getting up to just like 2 days ago, the fire at the egg facility killed 150,000 by a fire. They're just trying as hard as they can. More than 150,000 chickens were killed. A large fire broke out at an egg-laying facility in Merced County, California. It was contained sometime after midnight. The cause remains unknown, wink, wink, and remains under investigation. Well, we already know what the cause is. Somebody said it, right? That's the whole point. And they're doing a burnt offering again. This is very evil stuff. You can sacrifice animals too, Doesn't just have to be people. Then on the 12th, again, July 12th, 13% of the banking system in China is now fully threatened. So they're again warning us there could be some big economic, crazy stuff that's about to happen. After reports that 40 banks vanished in China after being absorbed into bigger ones, angry people destroyed an agricultural bank in the town of Bain. The Economist noted that approximately 3,800 institutions are threatened in China. These assets total 5.3 trillion euros, representing 13% of their entire banking system. And experts are warning this situation could have severe consequences for the global economy. Yep, and that might be in the near future, folks. So then we have a 10-second video that leads us back to the same post again, post number 10. And we just read this one before, so I'm not going to read it twice. Then Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez, or Bennifer as they used to be called, are selling a Beverly Hills mansion worth $68 million. And a compiled list of the files by the FBI mentions Ben. Oh, man. You know, I like him. It's too bad. I feel sorry for these people. If you get manipulated into going to one of these places and now you got to be accountable for it. Very sad. But again, you know, the executive orders that we've talked about, 13848, you know, it's forcing you to sell your property. You get some kind of injunction. It's all not public, but nonetheless, you now have to sell off your assets. That might be what this is. So then the house looks pretty freaking amazing. Look at that pool. It's like an L-shaped pool. There's like a guest house behind the main house. It's huge. It's gorgeous. It's amazing. $68 million bucks. It could be yours. Who'd want to live there? You get $10,000 water bills if you don't go down 30%. No, thank you. Former CDC director disses the situation that was put out in 2020. And that's because there's so many side effects, right? Robert Redfield revealed the side effects are deliberately being downplayed. He said they should have never been mandated. They don't prevent infection, and they do have side effects. This has 81,000 views. This is a really strange one. Gerald Ford predicted the rise of a female president from vice president. In 1989, he essentially predicted a Kamala Harris presidency. Where did that come from? When he spoke to about 100 school children, claiming that a woman would become president by first being elected VP and then assuming the role upon the death of the president. Now, they're talking about the death of the president the day before an attempt was made on Trump's life. Isn't that weird? Yeah, very weird. And then we got 1 minute and 3, which is 63 seconds, leading us to post number 63. To those watching in the Deep S, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences for your previous actions. If you stand up and be a hero, then you might not have to suffer those consequences. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. Look at what happened. The shooting did not work. He was not killed. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down Paul and the internet, we will be ready. And then they give some hash code that probably means something to them on the inside. It says, oh shit, they broke into our defenses. So this is a warning that they might try to take down the internet. Again, the blackout warning, right? Okay, it's getting really hot here, and we're almost done. We're at the very last posts now. So hang in there with me, folks. We still got 5,233. So this is now the same day that Trump ended up getting shot, which was yesterday, July 13th. 539 U.S. bank branches have already shut down just this year alone. Banks closed 539 local branches across the country in the first half of the year, leaving more and more Americans without access to basic financial services. If this rate were to continue for the rest of the year, it will mean more than 1,000 branches wiped away. There's only 50 states, right? From malls, town, and city centers. B of A closed the most, a total of 90 branches in just 6 months. Holy crap. That's because people they don't have any money anymore, and so they can't charge fees anymore. Wells Fargo shut down 62 banks, Chase shut down 53, and TD Bank shut down 52. My goodness. And they have the picture of the black swan, again warning you, it's already in progress, it's going to get worse. And we remember that the various BRICS countries have now shifted away from the dollar. So this is going to get worse and worse as time goes on. Then they posted about Tennessee's death penalty for certain types of crimes. After Tennessee's law to do this went into effect at the beginning of the month, they are now arguing on the D side that this law will do more harm than good, of course. They claim this law was passed against the advice of child service providers and experts. Can you even believe this? They are arguing this law will not make anyone safer, but will instead discourage people from reporting the crimes and therefore potentially endangering their lives. Yeah, it's a pretty roundabout way of trying to come up with a defense, but it doesn't really hold water, does it? No. So you can read all that. Then they have this is really creepy, Eminem's new album, loaded with evil. The death of Slim Shady includes tracks such as Lucifer. What a great song. Evil. Oh yeah, I want to hear that one. And Antichrist. Spin that one up. The video is even more disturbing. Are you ready for this, folks? As it essentially depicts the birth of a demonic baby, which can be interpreted as the Antichrist. Are you kidding me? This is just so gross. And Eminem was close friends with Rachel, who was a handler in this particular ring they're talking about. She also worked as a recruiting manager at Wayfair and was photographed with him when she was only 17. And then here's the birth getting ready to happen. I didn't want to show you any of the grossest stuff. Let's just keep it mild. And then right after this post about this weird demonic baby being born, the next thing that happens is gunshots fired at the rally. And this is where we go up to where we started. So we're at the very end now. They deleted this one. Maybe they wanted to, because they didn't know anything yet. Gunshots were just fired at the rally in Pennsylvania. No indication yet of whether this was an assassination attempt at the moment. Trump is safe. And they wrote the same thing on TG. 20 seconds led to post number 20. And who did POTUS meet with yesterday? How many military generals were on the White House list to attend this separate closed briefing? Could those meetings have been combined? Why were the rooms in the White House renovated? We heard about this, the weapons inside. Where was this meeting, and why aren't phones allowed in the room? What firm was contracted to conduct the renovations? So again, they're saying that they're having secret meetings. That's the point. There's secret meetings going on. They got to do it in SCIFs, which are sensitive compartmented information facilities. And something really big is getting ready to happen, which is why they tried to do this, why the DS tried to do this. Then we got the post that they didn't delete, which says there will be retribution. The DS tried to assassinate Trump live on TV. He is safe. There will be retribution. Whoa. So it's all going to get exposed. The truth is going to come out. We're going to learn who did it. Already, in just like a couple hours, when I photographed this, it had 1.2 million views, which is pretty crazy. And it's 19 seconds, leading us to post number 19. And we just saw this one before, so we're not going to read it again. But it's the same thing. Why do they want to control the black population? Keep them poor and in need. The network that controls the false narrative, that keeps them under control, is being dismantled. Why do they have so much money? All of these questions help to pose the full picture. Then they say the order to do this shooting most likely came from the company. This is the price you pay when you try to take down these elite individuals. Just a few days ago, death threats were posted on X without any consequences. This order most likely came from the company. Now they're making it public. Possibly, they probably have the evidence already, colluding with the following people: Alexander, B.O., H, and Mike. 3.3 million views. Now this is interesting because in this picture, look at the blood on his shirt, and then this is eerily similar to what I already showed you before. This was a post that they made on May 30th. If they can't imprison him before the E, you can bet they'll resort to assassination. And then they have him on the ground there. And so you compare the two images. Here he's got his hand over his chest, but it's the same color shirt, it's the same color suit, and it's the same event. This is really, really weird. And again, I believe they probably saw it in Looking Glass, which they mentioned in one of the posts they just linked to. They didn't know what it was going to be or how it would happen, but it did end up happening, and it totally backfired on the DS. 5 days ago, Joe said, put him in the bullseye. Isn't that something? It's time to put him in the bullseye. Wow. So maybe there's something going on here. 1 million views already by the time I took a picture of it. Now they say all three different plans they tried to do have failed. H tried to frame him, B tried to spy on him, Joe tried to jail him. All three of them tried to knock him out, and all of their plans have failed. Well, this is, again, I believe, because of divine intervention. It's the rules, mate. You can't take somebody down unless they authorize it. If you try, there will be angelic intervention. This just happened on a very public, dramatic level. We're right at the end now, so hang with me. 63,000 views. Then we have a video of snipers taking out the shooter. This is something we've all seen probably already. Secret Service sniper taking out the assassination at Trump's rally. He thanked law enforcement and the Secret Service for their protection today. And there's 14 seconds on that video leading to post number 14, which we've already seen. Why does the military play such a vital role? Why is he surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards former presidents? Why is that relevant? Why is Anti allowed to operate? We already know that that's probably what was involved in this. Why hasn't the MB been classified as a negative organization? What happens if these S-funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism? Well, that's what they're telling you. They already know that that's what it is. What happens if mayors, police comms, and chiefs do not enforce the law? We're probably going to learn that that was going on. There was a stand down. They didn't act fast enough. And look at this. What authority does he specifically have over the Marines? Was he asked to run for president? Yes, with assurances made to prevent tampering. How is he always 5 steps ahead, and who is helping him? So this is really interesting. It shows that there's big stuff getting ready to happen that's military. So then we see, again, this photo I showed you at the beginning is survival is a miracle. Take a look at this picture showing how close the bullet was to taking him out. By the will of God, the bullet only grazed his ear. And remember, I had that very, very bizarre prophetic dream that laid out the entire thing. He got cut on the arm, he was bloody, and then there was the cutting of the cords with the scissors, and before that I was having a class in how to bend a bullet while it's in the air so it doesn't actually kill somebody. And it's the same dream where Trump had an assassination attempt. It's fascinating. There are people trying to say this was staged. Trump's survival today is a miracle itself. So again, it was not staged, but the DS found out that maybe they were going to try to do something like that. So they said, F you, you can't tell us what to do. We're going to do it for real. But then divine intervention kicked in and the whole thing backfired. It's fascinating. So you can see again where the circle is, that there's this line in the air as the bullet was going through. At frame speed meant that it caught multiple images of it all at once. Then we have Alex showing the $47 that was a really weird threat. He tweeted what seemed like a threat towards Trump. On the left was an image of this thing shattering a window. On the right was money adding up to $47. And that's an indication of the 47th president. Like he wants to hire somebody to do this. And as I've mentioned before, if you look at the money here, you got 2 1s, a 5, and a 10 that are right side up. And then the 20 and the 10 are upside down. So the 10, 5, and 2 1s adds up to 17, which shows it's also a threat against the alliance, the 17 number of the alphabet, not just the president alone. So they really want to try to do everything. So yeah, this threat came true. It's really, really crazy. And he left evidence. That's probably going to come back to haunt him. I wouldn't have done that if I was him. Then we find out that the person who did this was a donor for Joe. Thomas, the individual who attempted to do this tonight, donated money to Joe on Inauguration Day. And if you look at this, I didn't get the time to go through all the Pittsburgh stuff, but he actually lives in Pittsburgh. And that is the East Coast central city, the capital city for the DS, which we'll talk more about that probably next week. Then good old David Nino Rodriguez from Nino's Corner found a good catch from the posts. And he says, then there's this, WTF. Post 572, the shot heard around the world. Whoa, yeah. The Great Awakening, a week to remember. It's January 21st, 2018. Then we have this prophetic tweet from December 2023 that they put on TG. Please read my tweet from December 2023. And so then it says, an event so sinister it must disrupt the elections. Some will call it a black swan event. Whoa. Number 1, assassination attempt on Trump. That just happened. Number 2, attacks to blame on their enemy. Number 3, nationwide cyber attacks to disrupt the power grid. That may still happen. Number 4, a new outbreak. Well, they're trying to do that right now with the birds. Lindsay is warning about a new style of attack like what we had in 2001. And Tucker has also warned about an attempt on Trump. Well, all those things have now come true. And they had it back in December 2023. This one has, wow, 2.8 million views. Then we see that the shooter had things in his car that could have made things a lot worse, so he might have had other ideas of what he was going to do. These devices were found in his car. That's an interesting new thing. Then we have an accurate prophecy of a bullet passing by Trump's ear. It's probably not quite as thorough as the one that I had with the prophetic dream, but I also didn't release the whole dream beforehand. This guy, look, other people can do it. I'm not the only one. We all have the ability to have prophecy. We all have these gifts. I think this is about the last one I got, one of the last 2. So just hang in there, folks. We still got, we dropped down quite a bit, but then it'll come back up again. But you guys are hanging in there with me. Thank you. So 3 months ago, Brandon Bible, it's probably not his real last name, astonishingly predicted the assassination attempt. He claimed this attempt will only make Trump even stronger spiritually, and in his vision, the bullet flew by his ear. So yeah, that's pretty cool, and it also is, you saw my dream. And my dream said this will be the end of the insurrection. It will bring it to a rapid conclusion. And then they immediately tied it in the next dream I had with the UFO stuff. And then we also had that dream about that I'm in this weird base and we saw these dummies that could be inflated like balloons. And they were like Project Mogul dummies. Oh, now we're right back up to 5,343 again. So I can't go by that number. You guys are all here. Everybody is here right now. So thank you for being here. We're almost done. And what am I at now? 4 hours and 14. It's going to be another 4.5 hour show. That's okay. Then we found out that the same guy who did the shooting was featured in an ad from one of the usual suspects. Whoa. Thomas, the 20-year-old who attempted to take out Trump at his campaign rally in Butler, PA last night, was featured in a 2023 ad from The Rock that is black. Isn't that something? I probably ought to go look at 27, but I got this in right before I had to start shooting. Girlie had to pee. I was in a huge hurry. She hadn't pooped yet, so I had to rush out the door and go let Girlie go to the bathroom. Thank God she did, or otherwise she'd be all pacing for the last 2 hours, groaning and all this stuff. Last but not least, I think this is the last one. The Secret Service had a Kabbalah string on his wrist, and they're making connection there. One of the snipers who actually hesitated to shoot him, which would indicate that it might have been set up, they make it happen, let it happen. He was wearing a red Kabbalah string on his hand. And they have a quote from Kennedy, JFK, "We as a people inherently and are historically opposed to secret societies, secret oaths, and secret proceedings." Well, isn't that weird? And so here's the close-up on that. Okay, folks. So let's try to do some summarizing now. And I guess we'll start with some of your comments. We've got a huge number of people looking at us here. So Privacy First says, this time they took out the Oswald, less complications for them. The man at the rally who passed away was a firefighter. Yes, it was very sad, got hit in the crossfire. War Angel says, actor was sacrificed. Judy Kennison says, we love you, David. Jackie Baby says, great show, David. I love how you explain everything. Peace and love. Richard says, anyone who follows truth and light in whichever form they choose should be here. Yeah, I mean, when you start to see how these things connect, you don't have to feel scared. You shouldn't feel as if more bad things are going to happen. Good things are going to happen because, again, when the negative tries so hard to go in a negative direction, this is what leads to positive events. There's a backlash that occurs because there's universal law where when the negative tries this hard to do something evil, it backfires on them, and now it authorizes positive forces to do something good. So we've seen something that people can't imagine. I got this thing on my left ear. It's this weird circular scar. The tent pole cut a nice perfect hole, like a cookie cutter in a perfect ring. It's exactly like a bullet hole. It's a very, very strange thing, isn't it, that I ended up with this injury in 8th grade when I was 12 or 13 years old. And now at this point in my life, I have these prophetic dreams that are astoundingly accurate. Before this happened, about an attempt on Trump's life, in the same dream where he was stabbed in the arm, just like I have right here on my arm. There's a scar right here. Okay, you can maybe see it. I'm also stopping bullets and bending bullets in that dream. Was it me on the higher level? I have no idea. I mean, it would be awesome if it was. It implies that it was. I don't remember that happening. It wasn't in my dream. But we have all these interesting dreams. Right before the shooting happened, I had a dream. While you see a chance, take it. The Steve Winwood song, which was then tied in with Liar, Liar by Henry Rollins. Let's have some more of your comments. Thank you, Miss Scarlett. We don't want to be left in vain. Trump's wife also wore a Kabbalah string on her wrist, says William Fugel. I don't know if that's actually true. Somebody's texting me now. Hey, there seems to be evidence in pictures. The shooter is not the Crook's kid. The pictures make him look taller. Well, yeah, there was another... Let's go back to this camera. There was another guy who they were trying to say it was at the beginning. I'm not really sure, but I think they're right. It's going to end up being that they'll be right. Do you sense something else might happen, says Doc Carlita. Yeah, they're desperate. Their back is up against the wall, and we've had basically 3 different dreams, tying it into UFOs, Trojan horse, reptilians, sneak attack. So yeah, I don't think we've seen the end of this. Remember, there was a dream where Mike Adams was trying to shoot a film on the beach, and there was an inflatable dragon which could indicate China as well as UFOs. We had the other inflatable test dummies in the other dream I had. There was 5 of them, suggesting they are going to be doing these operations, going into buildings and, taking down the bad guys. Richard says, at that precise moment I awoke from my slumber, I'm across the pond. Sunny H says, hello, soul families. Peace and love to you all. They had a dark guy at the beginning, and then suddenly he became blonde. I didn't bother with the dark-haired guy. I don't think that's who it really was. See the Civil War movie, says Roselle Swanson. I actually haven't watched that. Lori Macaluzo, Tiny Dancer, says, thank you, David, for your courage to explain all of these 17 posts. This guy is totally spot on. Somebody else says, Otis Carr, donate 1111. Thanks again, David, for your decades of tireless work for humanity. Yeah, it's been 28 years now, publicly. Wisdom Teachings alone is priceless. LOL, I bought AAM Prophecies over a year ago. It's so immense. Thank you, sir. Archangel Michael's Prophecies. Yeah, thank you very much. And again, you go to thedisclosure.com, enter in the coupon code Revelation. We do definitely need your help. Wow, we've had 32,600 total views now. That's pretty awesome. NVIDIA invested $350 million in great pump, Alper Turkoglu. Non-AARO says, please do a Kozarev show. I just figured out a variation of the Fibonacci spiral Kozarev mirror room that helps me with my medium work. It really helps psychic abilities. Yeah, Kozarev is fascinating. What is the link to access the Michael books that I purchased? All you have to do is go to thedisclosure.com. We now have a robust customer service team. They will answer all your questions on that. Somebody, Arthur Crow, says Stavati will never be funded. That is just total disinformation. We actually have 4 pathways to it happening very soon. But again, there's certain people who are just very dedicated to try and knock me down as much as they can. Elmo Bullseye says, when is levitation coming out? The answer is I have no idea. Mike P says, if the variable were predictable, it wouldn't be a variable. Mark Sgarlato says, time for world peace. Yeah, we're about to do the meditation. Time for meditation or I'm out, says Smokey the Bear. Well, Smokey, okay, we'll take you on, buddy. David, you are and will always be a bro. All right, let's start the meditation now. So I want to thank you guys for being here. Thank you for participating in this. Thank you for spending time with me. This is a very intense thing I'm doing. It's very brave for me to be doing this. And as you can imagine, there's a lot on the line here. There's a lot at stake. We don't really know where this is all going yet, but let's just keep our hopes up that it's all going to remain very positive and that we're going to see changes very soon, that the perpetrators will be exposed who did this heinous attempt, and they will be brought to justice. And we can help arrange this outcome. So we still have 5,177 viewers, and with those who are going to view this slightly after the show, we're going to get to the magic meditation number of 7,000. So please stay with us. We're only going to do 5 minutes. If you hear a commercial, you can just hit skip. It will only make you go deeper and deeper into trance, deeper into meditation. That's the suggestion I want to plant for you right now. Don't get worried about it. Let's just hang in there. Don't be distracted by commercials and don't be distracted by going to sleep. It's only going to be 5 minutes. I got to get off the air. I don't ever want to do more than 4.5 hours. So here we go. Hang in there with me for just a bit. I'd like you to now close your eyes, put both feet flat on the floor. Just let go of the tension. Let go of any stress that you might be feeling. Any anxieties over what may or may not happen in the future. Just let yourself be extremely relaxed. As you keep breathing, follow the path of your breath. Moving into the stillness, we have such gratitude for the divine intervention that we have seen. We are so grateful that this did not turn into another JFK assassination. We are so grateful that we saw a robust example of divine intervention, like a movie on the television in front of everyone's eyes, enhancing our faith in the goodness and the propriety of the intelligent universe. Looking at your energy body now, thinking of yourself as the tikkun, the shattered vessel of light. Noticing where these dark spots are in your body, where you might have muscle tension, just allowing it to ease as you keep meditating, and recognizing that these areas of muscle tension may have cords attached to them. There may be cords connecting you to people who hurt you in the past, looked at you unkindly, betrayed you, stole your money, lied to you, cheated on you, hurt your feelings, stabbed you in the back, and tried to leave you for dead. And we are moving now into a cord-cutting ceremony. Imagine that you have some type of sacred dagger or some type of sword of light. And imagine as you think about the people who hurt you, that you are just gently and effectively cutting these cords, much like an umbilical cord, as a new baby is being born. The umbilical cord must be cut for the baby to be born, so that he can draw or she can draw her own or his own nutrition without coming from the mother. As you cut these cords, you are cutting your own umbilical cords so that you can have your body of light be born, that you are storing light in the shattered vessel so it's no longer shattered. You're cutting these cords through loving yourself, self-acceptance, seeking the peace, the tranquility, the silence in this moment. The silence of knowing who and what you really are, where you've been, and where you are going. And as you cut these cords, you may also liken it to a hot air balloon that is held down by a bunch of sandbags. And as you cut more and more of the cords, the balloon eventually begins rising. This is a very positive thing in this case because you are soaring up in your ascension. Your vibrational level is rising. The cords are not holding you down. Your body of light is being fully formed. You are becoming the embodiment of the rainbow, the embodiment of the true grand perfection that we are all here to achieve. Breathing in light, breathing in this perfection, feeling yourself going to greater and greater levels of consciousness, greater and greater levels of attainment. Letting that hot air balloon rise, letting your energy body become ever more fully embodied. For this is the promise that Archangel Michael and many other ancient prophecies have given us, that we shall become like gods ourselves. As Jesus said, "As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother God." For in the greatest sense, you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And so it is. And now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. You're coming back into consciousness now, and you're here with me. Well, once again, we lost a lot of people. We're down to 4,600, but that always happens. Everybody gets tired. People watching in Europe are, really exhausted by this point, so I don't fault them for that. They're about to pass out because I'm keeping you awake for so long. Jennifer Ruggiero just donated. Thank you for all your knowledge you've shared with us all these years. I appreciate you so much, and I've enjoyed spending Sunday afternoon with you. Wade Woodruff says, if you change the way you see things, the things you see change. Murta Delfrada says, thanks a bunch for everything you give us with love. You have slow mode turned on. Yeah, that's true. We don't want people spamming us. David, thank you for everything you do and all your time, effort, and energy, brother, says Kaleidoscope Eyes. Tarotina says, I love you forever. Another great meditation, says Paul Cannon. I loved that. Thank you so much, says Michelle K. Thank you, David. WWG1WGA. Full disclosure, planetary liberation, ASAP. Crypto, Dave. Crypto, says Oliver Carl Head. Still with you, David, says Kaya Wansteker. We appreciate. Somebody said they didn't want me to stop the meditation. Thank you for the healing meditation. Thank you. Love you, David. Gratitude and love. It's starting to go really fast now. I'm getting lots of hearts and candy, and you guys are throwing me all kinds of good stuff here. You can silently tell people to use, I can't say that, but you can subscribe, and then you can not have to see any ads that way. Finally, a show without Goddess Melina spamming the chat. That's not nice. I had fun with her, too. Thank you, David, says Don Metcalf. Great program today. Anna Nishida says, watched you for 10 years from Japan and love you always. Big hugs to you and girly, says Jeannie Camp. Thank you, David. Midweek show. David, you have so much to share. I don't know if that's going to happen. Let's see what takes place. Yami Sarmento says, thank you so much for dedicating so much of your love and time to us. See you next time, Angry Daddy, Joe Sombrano. Yeah, I didn't really have time to get into the characters this week because we had so much to cover, and I only got through some of the slides. Renee Cruz says, fight the good fight, think good thoughts, keep having fun, keep being the change you want to be in the UFO world community, find the magic of each day, have more fun, volunteer at SPCA. Thank you. Thanks a lot, homie. Love and light to you, Ariel Odell. Well, that's it for me. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, so I want to thank you guys for watching today's episode. It is truly a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you, and I will see you on the next show. So thank you very much for watching, and we will be back very soon, I promise.